Force and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The match situation as they saw the first ball there from Anderson Phillip. Trinidad and Tobago large and in charge here of this match. TNT 326 in the first innings. Windward Islands Volcanoes bowled out for 98 yesterday and resuming this morning at 32 for 2. And Phillip, who's taken 6 wickets in the match, has started off immediately outside the off stump. Windward Islands losing 13 wickets yesterday in total. Trinidad and Tobago losing 5. 18 wickets falling yesterday, an unusual occurrence, but it wasn't the only unusual occurrence. An island-wide electricity blackout here in Trinidad and Tobago would have wiped out our coverage from early in the afternoon yesterday. So apologies for that, but we're back on today. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside the former Trinidad and Tobago player Nathan Stewart. And Nathan will be in a moment just to give you his thoughts on the match so far. Hello, Nathan. How are you?
Good morning, Vidya. Morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Morning, fellow viewers. Nice to be here. First thing, I see 3 slips on a gully. That shows that Anderson Phillip has been on the ball so far. Like you said, 6 wickets in the match. And a good aggressive field here from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 7 wickets to go. Looks like an early one today, Vidya.
It could very well be, and for those outside of TNT who are noticing maybe a slightly different accent from what you've been hearing over the last few days, Nathan, of course, is from Tobago, and we're very pleased to have him here with us. We don't often get the representation of Tobago. It's great to have you here in that respect.
Thanks, Vidya. See Anderson Phillip working up ahead of steam here. Love to see a fast bowler charging in. I myself used to come off the long run not too long ago, Vidya.
Not too long. You still do it every now and again, don't you?
Yeah, but not off the long run anymore. But still could hold my own, and I've been very impressed with Anderson. He's grown in leaps and bounds. Looks very lean. Looks very fit. I know he had some injury problems a couple seasons ago. But I think the pandemic would have had him in good stead, and he's looking really, really rhythmic running into the crease at the minute.
So he has looked good since he's come back. 5 wickets in the last game, 4 in the first innings here, and already 2 yesterday. He's been aggressive, he's been fast, and he has bowled well in tandem with Jaden Seals, who took 3 for 31. Phillip took 4 for 32. And in terms of the match situation itself, TNT grinding out 326, 72 for Yannick Carrier. There's also 73 for Joshua De Silva and 57 for Terence Hines. But the Windward Islands just blown away here by TNT. Those 2 fast bowlers we mentioned, they took 7 wickets between them. Lovely shot here. That's going to run away for 4. Brilliantly played here by Lewis, and that is boundary to start off here, and that will bring an end to the over. It's 36 for 3 at the end of it. And Lewis actually bats at number 11 for the Windward Islands. Certainly not the shot of a number 11 batsman.
Oh, the classical on drive there, Vidya. Definitely he's not a number 11 having that shot in his repertoire. I think what happened there, Anderson Phillips, he was pretty much outside the off stump, and got sucked in, got a little bit straight. Presented the full face of the bat. I think he was looking for the glory ball there, which is fair enough with 300 runs on the board. Proper shot there from Lewis.
Yeah, he got 31 not out against Guyana Harpy Eagles in the first game, and that was part of a 124-run partnership with his number 10 batsman. That's Preston McSween. Outstanding partnership from those two, and they dragged Windward Islands Volcanoes back into the game. They narrowly lost that one to the Guyana Harpy Eagles by 1 wicket. What was interesting, Nathan, is that in that match, the play went on beyond 5:30 on the final 3 days. So they spent the longest time, the Windward Islands, of any of the teams, along with Guyana, in the field. And I'm wondering if that has affected them here in this match. Here's Jaden Seals to continue. 3 slips on the gully in place here. And the effect of staying in the field for so long and perhaps also then narrowly losing the game. I'm wondering if that has shattered their confidence, as we saw in that batting performance in the first innings here.
Obviously heavy legs, that was the first rounds of the tournament. Guys haven't played regional cricket or any cricket for that much for the better part of 2 seasons, so guys were still finding their feet, and I think that has an effect, back-to-back games, probably 2 to 3 days in between, which is very intense, but we're so happy to have first-class cricket back here.
Certainly are. Another single picked up here. And the other thing is the other team involved in that match, Guyana, who also had a very long days there, they also fell apart in the first innings against the Leeward Islands. So the theory may stand that that game took so much out of both teams that here in the second round they have flopped badly. 100%
video. I was looking at the scorecard yesterday and I saw they got blown away by the Leeward Islands, and then the Leeward Islands put up a mammoth first innings total as well. So it counts for a lot. It was a very keenly fought first round match between the Windward Islands and the Guyana Happy Eagles, and both teams are struggling here in their second encounter. But it's good to see Lois getting a promotion, because that partnership was a fantastic one.
As we're heaping praises on him, he always clips one straight to the fielder. So let's not talk too much about him from a Windward Islands perspective, because if he gets out, it'll be the curse of the commentator, as they say. But he's out there right now, Lewis, with Alec Athanase, who usually comes in at 3, but was protected a little bit. 4, in fact. He was protected by the night watchman, who Lewis did his job. However, it was the man at the other end that went, that was yesterday, Hodge.
It's very nice to see the 3 slips on a gully as Young Seals comes in. Down the leg side, badly line delivery.
Well, that's going to run away for 4.
Looks like 4 leg buys there.
Yeah, that's going to come off the pad. It came off very slowly indeed, but the silver could not get across to it, and that is 4. So 37 now for 3. Athanase on 1. And I'm not sure if you've seen much of Athanase. He had 2 50s in the first match, and also top scored yesterday with 33. He's a nice looking stroke player, isn't he?
I think it's very important that the 2 youngsters for Trinidad and Tobago, the 2 young quicks, they don't try too much. They just try to hit ensure that they get a good start, get the team off to a good start here this morning. The captain has backed them, given them a very aggressive feel, and let's see how they respond to it.
So the continues to probe away outside the off stump, and Jaden Seals, very, very interesting in that he took his first wicket for the West Indies at test level before he played a match at first class level for TNT. It does tell you how highly rated, or at least in the estimation of the West Indies selectors, that this young man is.
And the flip side of that video is that it shows the importance of the under 19s tournament. A couple of weeks ago we'd have worked at the World Cup, and we'd have seen some fantastic youngsters coming through that system. Seals is a product of playing for the West Indies under 19 and getting senior team honors before actually playing a first class game for his territory.
Another one that runs away down towards the boundary there, off the bat and flicked away. Another badly lined delivery from Jaden Seals, and 2 boundaries in the over. Lewis up to 12 now. One of them, of course, leg buys, as we mentioned. And there's a signal from the umpire. I think they're asking for this a particular mallet that they use to pound the turf in, and that's what the umpire is signaling. That's Danish Ramdani, the man from Tableland in Trinidad here, and the ground staff will be heading on in a bit to do so. Over comes to an end though, 45 for 3 at the end of it. Athanase will face up now, and it's 12 in fact to Lewis. So as I mentioned, Jaden Seals a little bit there, that he started so well in his test career. Of course, the other part to it is that the idea that first class cricket is a sort of a finishing school for test level. He's just been fast tracked past first class cricket into the test team. Wonder if his body is going to stand up, because he hasn't gone through that rigorous examination in first class cricket yet.
I'm so happy for the youngster. Obviously, he went against the grain a little bit, playing test cricket before playing first class cricket. But it just shows the mindset of the selectors, and they could not ignore his ability and his skill set. As you see, Anderson Phillip getting the ball in a very good area. That is the sort of area you want to be hitting early.
And he has been hitting that area quite a lot in this tournament so far. You mentioned those injuries that he had in his career, came back late into the tournament in 2020. And after that, he just exploded a few 5-wicket hauls and started off with a 5-wicket haul this time around. So he has come back very, very strong indeed.
Yeah, he seems to be the workhorse for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Nice to see that his body is backing up what he wants to do, because in order to be bowling 10 to 12 overs on a trot, you got to be physically strong. Lovely looking shot there from young Athens. Forward of square, picks up a single.
Yeah, he is a lovely stroke player. Like Athens got 100, another one of the products of that World Cup, top scorer for West Indies in the Under-19 World Cup, maybe about 3 World Cups ago. Jaden Seals would have played in the 2020 tournament. There's another youngster who would have played in the tournament in 2022. That's Bishop, who was dismissed twice cheaply, and for the 3rd time in 3 innings, caught in the slips. So they figured out pretty much what his weakness is, playing away from the body and getting caught at 2nd and 3rd slip each time. And as we mentioned, that one passes between 2nd slip and 3rd slip and down to the boundary for 4. And that off the bat of Sherman Lewis, who's getting some luck here early. Had one early that went past just short of the fielder. And now the 50 is up here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
A little bit disappointing to see, that ball did not carry through the slips. Me being a fast bowler as well, when you hit the edge, you want it to carry. If it does not carry, your slip fielders aren't there just to take catches. They're there to save the boundaries as well. Anderson has been working up ahead of steam, consistently hitting the right area, and he'll feel a little bit let down there that that ball wasn't stopped as it went through 3rd slip away for a boundary. The Windward Islands have gotten on to a decent start here this morning. Also already accumulated 3 boundaries.
Another run here at least for Lewis. Nothing annoys fast bowlers more than seeing the ball edged and go through the slips, catches dropped. You just want to, I don't know, all sorts of medieval thoughts go through your mind sometimes when you see these things happen.
100%. But your mates are there to support you. They'll be trying their best, but it's just one of those things when the ball bounces awkwardly in front of you. You don't know if it's gonna bounce to your throat or if it's gonna skid along the carpet like it did there and eluded. I think it was Jason Mohammed at 3rd slip. But Anderson shouldn't be too worried about that. Just continue to hit those areas and create the opportunities.
Way down the leg side this time. Anthony just allows that to go through easily. Of course, Nathan, these days you are heavily involved in T20 cricket. I understand you've won more trophies in the US, more than Bravo and Pollard put together. Quite a lot. How much do you count up to now?
To date, it's 24 and counting.
24. Wow, that is a lot.
Let's see how the body holds up over the next season. I've been started my preparation for the upcoming season. But it's nice to see, white close cricket.
Yes, it is.
White close cricket, red ball cricket here at the Brian Lara Academy as Anderson comes in. Not a good delivery again. Good batting here, good rotation of strike from the 2 Windward Islands batsmen. Like I said, they have already accumulated 4 boundaries this morning.
So it's the end of the 8th over. Windward Islands 52 for 3, and that is the score. And here's the ground staff coming on now, and they are coming on with that mallet. And the gentleman who is, well, it's actually a left-hand drive, so it's not. If you're seeing the gentleman on the right, he's not in front of the wheel. That's why. It's one of those little golf carts that we see so often, and they're coming on. And there is the pounder. It's not the mallet. It's the big. They've come out with the big guns here. Even explain what this is for.
I think young Philip might be struggling with a bit of his run-up. The bowler's foothold at one
Well, it's on the other end. That's where Jaden Seals is operating, actually.
Yeah, as you know, at one point in time, you know, all the effort goes into your bowling, your front delivery foot, your front foot, and you want to ensure that you're getting stability there. So I think Seals has requested the pounder to come out so he can feel more confident to unleash some thunderbolts here this morning.
Yeah, and the groundsman is unleashing some thunderbolts of his own there, just quite pounding it in. And that's just to compact the surface, and you can see there's a bit of an indentation there. And of course, Seals comes in and he really does put a lot of work into that action. And yeah, it looks a little bit loose. It hasn't been exactly a lot of rain here in Trinidad and Tobago over the past few weeks. Had pretty good weather for the World Cup and also for the start of this tournament.
Yeah, as we know here, videos, like you said, for the World Cup, you know, this pitch was an absolute belter. The Windwards have probably added 20 odd runs so far this morning. Once they can string a partnership together, negate the first hour of play, I think we can be here for a long haul. I think once they can get past the first hour without losing any wickets this morning, 20 partnership from 18 balls. Oh, bit of a T20 style here this morning,
Yeah,
video.
well, they knew you were coming, so they're trying to do something in your honor here, David.
Yeah, but this wicket, it's gonna flatten out nicely. Today is the third day, one of the better days for batting. Really hope that, you know, they can string a partnership together. Young Atenes and Lewis, you know, let's see how far they can carry this partnership and keep us here today. The sun is out in its glory now, and it's beautiful batting conditions here this morning.
Round the wicket is Seals, and that's going to run away for 4. So the runs continue to flow here, and just in the last over and a half or so, the two young bowlers perhaps going a little head hunting there, looking for that ball that will take the wickets, just spearing it down the leg side. Maybe a little bit of too much enthusiasm here, just off the pads. Buys, in fact.
Yeah, buys, it looks like.
It was close to the pad, but that just went straight past.
Like I initially mentioned, I think this is boundary number 5 this morning. So far, and it's already 6 overs. This is the 6th over being bowled here this morning. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has to be very careful here. They have been setting attacking fields. Yes, obviously we're looking for wickets, but we also have to get the balls in the right area, build up the pressure, create the chances. We have to go through the processes. I think obviously these two youngsters, a little bit inexperienced, they are confident at the minute. They've been getting wickets, so they're trying to get that magic delivery. But it's very important that, you know, they hit the lengths, go through the processes, create the chances, make the batsmen come to them a little bit.
I'm sure that's what the captain will be telling them. Imran Khan, who's at first slip, number 100 on his back, and there's a reason for that in case you missed it over the last 2 days. Struck him on the pad here. There's an appeal, and it is, well, I think there was a stifled appeal, and nothing doing there. That one, I think we're going down the leg side, certainly. Moving a bit too much, and Imran Khan getting his 100 match. You played, I believe, alongside Imran Khan a little bit, didn't you?
Yeah, I'd have played a couple of seasons.
Everybody played alongside. He's been there for quite a while.
Yeah,
he's 37 now.
He's been there for quite a while. Played a lot of club cricket with him, with and against him. And he's been around the Trinidad and Tobago setup for quite a while. He's played under a couple of captains as well. And nice to see him actually leading the team now.
Yeah, he has been installed as captain for this season. Not the one that hits the pad, but down the leg side once again. And picked up a little bit of a hamstring injury, it seemed like, on the first day. And Imran, who's literally the man of steel, I think, he decided to stay on and bat. But then when it just couldn't take him, I think he was feeling every day of that 37 years that he's already gone through, and he went off, which is very surprising.
Yeah, it's so much your body can take for there, especially first rounds of the tournament. It's a long season, so you wanna be out there to lead your team, but you have to be smart as well to manage your body. As we see, Seals comes in.
Well, it's flicked away,
Lovely
and that's
shot,
gone over
lovely
the infield.
shot.
That has gone close to the boundary. It won't go all the way. It's going to be tracked down here by Phillip. And in fact, they were thinking about another run, but luckily they didn't. In fact, batsman Lewis just dropped his gloves there as he was coming through. Yeah, so that good-looking shot there from Athenaeus, but another delivery spared down the leg side, just losing the plot a little bit here, Jaden Seals.
Yeah, I think it's a good ploy from the Windward Islands this morning to, it's working in their favor having the right and left hand combination out there. As a bowler, you need to have the ability to have these subtle adjustments when bowling to right hander and left hander. And again, he's down the leg side. A brilliant take from the Red Force wicket keeper and also West Indies wicket keeper Joshua De Silva. As the over comes to an end, it's 58 for 3.
So this morning we've seen a flow of runs here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They resumed at 32 for 3, and so far they have put on 26 runs in very quick time here, and a lot of them in fact have been from byes, also from leg byes, balls speared down the leg side. TNT the Windward Islands in fact still trail by 171 runs. There's the match summary. TNT 326, the Silver and Carrier getting those 70s in there. 5 wickets for Sherman Lewis, who's out there right now, but the Windward Islands just blown away in that first innings for 97. 33 for Athenaeus, and you suspect that his innings will be very important today. Here is Philip once again.
Looking at that scorecard there, that summary there, it's nice to see Yannick Caraya amongst the runs this season. I think that's probably his second or third half century in as many games.
Second, in fact, yeah.
He's one I've had a lot of time for. His game has developed. He's played a lot of first-class cricket at a very young age, and I think this season has to be his season where he needs to continuously put up the numbers and adjust the West Indies selectors. I played a tournament with him back in December in Florida. Had a nice conversation with him, and I think his head is in the right area. It's a beauty from Anderson, Philip.
Well, that one just going past the bat of the number 11 man, Lewis, who is rehearsing a leave alone here outside the off stump. And Philip, if anything, of the two bowlers has been that bit more on target than Jaden Seals, who is struggling just a little bit here. Just to look at what the Windward Islands have done just a little bit here. They lost those 13 wickets yesterday. If you were the coach, Shirley Clark, what would you have told your players except stay outside of the room last night because there's no electricity? Well, we'll go past that. Oh, I thought it was a good stop. He got a hand to it, but it's not going to go to the boundary, so just maybe saving 3 runs there. But got a hand to it eventually.
That's the kind of commitment I was speaking about earlier video.
I think they're listening to you.
That's what you're looking for, good stop there half stop there from Jason Mohammed.
Yes, you can just take a look at this one there.
Beauty. That's the sort of area, these guys need to be hitting a lot more to get testing the batsman technique, asking a lot of questions. Anderson is looking in very good rhythm. I could see exactly why he has been getting the results so far video.
That's hit him on the pad, and he's been given out here. Playing at that one, going for the drive, and it's hit the pad, and the big wicket of Alec Athenaeus, his first failure in this match, and he hasn't failed much for the season for the Windward Islands, so that in the context of it, that's a big wicket and a third wicket of the innings here for Philip. Athenaeus has gone LBW for 5.
Ball of a fuller length, nipping back, asking questions of the technique, absolutely sucked him into it. So happy for Anderson Philip this morning. Red Force has gotten the breakthrough here this morning, and who again it must be? Anderson Philip.
So Alec Athenaeus, who has scores of so far of 68, 58 and 33. This is the first single-digit score for him for the season. He has been easily the best batsman for the Windward Islands. So to get a batsman like this out in that fashion, set him up, and to get the one coming back in to take the wicket is a real feather in the cap here of Philip. It really does show, as what you've been saying, what good form he is in.
Yeah, you could see he started off length, and look at it. Ball of a fuller length. This must be the fullest ball has been pitched up for the morning. Ball of a very full length, giving the ball time to swing. A bit of C movement, jog back, beat him for pace there, I think, Vidya.
Yeah, certainly did. So a bit of movement there also to beat him. And Philip now has 3 wickets in this innings. He had 4 in the first innings. He had 8 in the first match. Well, he's making a statement here in the first 2 rounds here. And Kieran Kotoy is in. Kotoy didn't do too much in the first innings. He was out for 3, caught by Mohammed of Philip for 3. And he went with a score 31 for 4 in the first innings. So they're just slightly better off this time, Kotoy. And can he fashion a partnership now with Lewis? It's very important. What would the instructions have been from Shirley Clark, the coach? What he would have been telling his batsmen as he went out?
I think try and stay positive, try and keep out the good balls, put away the bad balls. Yeah, cricket is a numbers game, cricket is a moving game. I think we have gone past that phase now with all the advents of these short formats coming along, where, you know, the old adage of bat. But you must be able to absorb pressure and exert pressure. So we keep the good balls out, put away the bad balls with you. Very simple.
This ball is outside the off stump. He resists the temptation to play at it with those 3 men in the slip region and the gully just staring at him. And here's the delivery once again. Evan.
Ball shaping in, looked like it seemed away upon hitting the wicket. I think that's the length, you know. Bowlers need to start bowling a lot more. You know, you get sucked in, you want to hit the hard lengths, because you have 3 slips on a gully. But at the same time, if you look at world cricket now, guys aren't afraid to attack the stumps anymore because they have the ability to swing the ball. That's the length we are looking at again.
And that's outside the off stump, and that is the end of a successful over for Anderson Phillip. First wicket down for the morning period for the TNT Red Force. Windward Islands at the end of it are 59 for 4. That's going to end off our stint. We're going to welcome to the microphones now Bisham Lalman, and Anil Lakin is going to join us now. So Nevin and I will take a short break.
Well, thank you, Vidya, and good morning to all the viewers and listeners, wherever you may be. And at the moment, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking to prize forward here, having picked up that early wicket this morning of Alec Atenes for 5. Welcome back, Anil Lakan.
Good morning, Visham. Good morning to all our listening and viewing audience.
Is Brian Charles. This one played away the offside. Pick up an easy single there, Sherman Lewis. And he's played well, Anil.
Sherman Lewis gives me the impression that he enjoys his batting.
Yeah, well, he was sent in as the night watchman yesterday, and since then batted really well. This morning the pace bowlers has been struck for a couple boundaries. Sherman Lewis, he has been at the forefront of that. 60 for 4, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Of course, they have been asked to follow an allowed appeal for leg before, and he's given. Kieran Kotoy has to walk back. Brian Charles has struck early.
Brian Charles continues where he left off from the last game. Visham bowling wicket to wicket. On this occasion, Kieran Kotoy didn't seem to make contact at all, and it was a very adjacent.
Yeah, well, Kieran Kotoy, he has to depart without scoring. That's it there, leg before to Brian Charles. He's faced 3 deliveries and he was yet to get off the mark. So that's a disappointing end for Kieran Kotoy. 60 for 5, the Windward Island Volcanoes. And they continue to climb up the ladder here, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continue to build the pressure on the Windward Island Volcanoes. 18 wickets yesterday, Anil. You know, what do you think may have caused that?
One of the areas that contributed, we are looking at the replay. Brian Charles to Karen Kotoy, and he struck plumb in front by the arm ball on this occasion from Brian Charles.
It was a loud appeal from all the fielders around the bat there, including Brian Charles, the bowler, and umpire Danish Ramdani had no doubt in his mind that that was out. Yes, Anil, 18 wickets yesterday.
Yeah, one of the areas that contributed to the 18 wickets falling on day 2 would have been poor shot selection from the batters.
Yeah, well, a number of batsmen threw away their wickets. Here's Brian Charles. This time down the leg side, turned away there by Smith. Anderson Phillip chasing that one down to the fine leg fence. 2 runs to Smith.
So Smith is immediately off the mark.
Brian Charles just ensuring that all the fielders are in positions. Gloomy conditions here this morning. Cool conditions, excellent conditions for cricket, Anil.
So just going back to the conversation, Visham, I believe the loss to Guyana in the last encounter at the Queen's Park Oval may have contributed as well to the dismissals of the Windward Island Volcano batsmen.
Yeah, well, it may have played with the minds of the Windward Island Volcanoes batting, but that's no real excuse for their display. I would say they would have wanted to do better. They would have wanted to rebound from that game. I think it's more of a case of excellent bowling from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Excellent fast bowling, so to speak, from Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip.
Well, they have been, both pacers have been bowling very good areas, just on about that off stump, you know, and really testing the techniques of the Windward Island Volcano batsmen.
Yeah, they were quite impressive yesterday.
So looking at the replay here, and struck plumb in front is Kotoy.
Looked a good decision there from umpire Danish Ramdani. Dark clouds just to the left of us, some grey clouds, and some rain this morning. Just a drizzle at about 10 to 10 this morning.
And one of the areas that possibly contributed is possibly fatigue with the turnaround times in terms of the amount of days teams have to prepare for the next round of games.
Yeah, just about 2 days between the first 2 games for each team. Yeah, that could have contributed as well. That would have played with the minds as well of the players. And of course, you know, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning their first game very early on the 4th day. And they had an extra rest as well. The Windward Island Volcanoes, on the other hand, they played the full 4 days of cricket against the Guyana Happy Eagles at the Queen's Park Oval. Here is Phillip. Wide-ish delivery outside the off stump, left alone there by Smith.
And that encounter between Guyana and Windwards was a fierce game of cricket. It went into the last session in the last day of that game. As a matter of fact, Guyana was just able to snatch it away from the Windwards by 1 wicket. So it must have been a heartbreaking loss, to say the least.
It was a good fight out there at the Oval between both teams. And of course, Guyana coming out on top. Windward Island Volcanoes would have felt hard done there, having done some hard work to pick up 9 wickets in that final innings, not being able to get the last one. That delivery, rolling along the pitch there.
It's traditional from the Brian Lara Cricket Square, especially from the southern end. The ball tends to keep low going into that third and fourth day.
Yeah. And you know, going into today as well, having been sent back in, you know, to follow on the Windward Island Volcanoes, having been bowled out for 98, yesterday. What would have been the message from Coach Shirley Clark to these players?
Well, I'm sure Shirley Clark would have instilled a lot of confidence into the guys going into this morning session and really reflecting.
Time a delivery tightly behind that one there, Smith. Yes, Anil?
Yeah, he would have been echoing all the positives that has taken place, not only during this game but from the last encounter, and really trying to G up his guys, you know, to continue to believe.
We'll have to see how that pans out with the batting thus far. 2 wickets already this morning. I don't think he'll be happy with that.
But it's a huge deficit to wipe out at this stage, Visham.
Yes, it's more of a case of survival for the Windward Island Volcanoes, but a lot to do. A lot of work. That one again, keeping very low. Joshua De Silva having to take that one very low as well.
Would you like to... I believe that Anderson Phillip, now that we are seeing evidence of the ball keeping low, he possibly might want to adopt a straighter line, stump to stump.
Yeah,
and that may result in either an LBW decision or a bowl decision.
Yeah, that's where he'd want to be, Anderson Phillip. You want to adjust. Speak about adjustment of the batsmen. That could have also been a candidate for the factor that contributed to their demise yesterday, the Windward Island Volcanoes, not adjusting to the wicket of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That has been a decent one in comparison to the one in the last game. That was the one to the far right there, Anil. This has been a fairly decent track. Your thoughts on the wicket?
This track is an excellent cricket pitch. Excellent cricket pitch. There is something for the spinners. There is a lot of help for the fast bowlers. And if the batsmen are willing to really sit down and settle and do a proper assessment of what's happening, they will be able to benefit from on this track.
A look at the bowling card for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Anderson Phillip leading the way, 3 for 27. Brian Charles 1 for 8. And Jaden Seas 1 for 15. 63 for 5, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Brian Charles, he has not had much to do in this game, Anil. Last game picking up 6 wickets in the first innings. This time coming in, the fast bowlers doing the work. So that's good signs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well. The spinners wrapping up the game in the first. This time Brian Charles just bringing Lewis forward. Yes, Brian Charles and the spinners in the first game doing the work for the Red Force. This time the pacers showing themselves up. So that's good signs.
Well, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling unit does have a lot of variety in it, Visham. And that has definitely contributed to the success of this bowling unit.
Yeah, what a shot there from Sherman Lewis, sweeping that one away to that deep backward square leg boundary for 4. So putting Brian Charles out of his range there, Anil.
A badly lined delivery on this occasion from Brian Charles, a leg stump half volley, and Sherman Lewis executed that sweep shot to perfection. And he goes to 23 from 22 balls. So he is motoring along at almost a run a ball.
Yeah, definitely. Here he is again. Time short. Lewis missed out on that occasion there.
Yeah, he possibly felt that he could have deposited that ball in that fine leg region again.
Just pulling out of the way there, Sherman Lewis.
But having done an assessment of how the Windward Islands Volcanoes batsmen went about their innings yesterday, I felt that they were ultra aggressive in their approach.
This time turning this one away.
And what was required was for the batters to really dig deep and for long periods of time and build partnerships.
And looking to pull that one again, missing out there again, Sherman Lewis. Yes, Anil, not building partnerships. We saw some excellent partnerships in the innings of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 112 between Solozano and Carrier. And De Silva and Carrier 59. And De Silva and Hines 72. So that has contributed to that mammoth total in the first innings. And when you're chasing, well, not chasing, but heading towards a total of that nature, Anil, you really want to build big partnerships and dig deep, as you mentioned. That is what was lacking in that innings of the Windward Island Volcanoes, and hence they are in this situation.
Well, because they didn't apply themselves in their first innings and having now. So we're looking at the scorecard for the second innings. Devon Smith called Da Silva, bowled Phillips. Teddy Bishop caught Da Silva, bowled Phillips. Kavin Hodge caught Simmons, bowled Seals. Karen Kotoy, LBW Charles. And Alec Atenez, LBW to Phillip. So the score is 67 for 5. And it's going to take a huge effort.
Here's Phillip again. That one just giving Smith something to think about there.
Yeah.
Taking the outside half of the bat and running away to that backward point field.
Well, Anders Phillip is getting that ball to talk when he pitches it up. It's seaming away from the right-handers and it's leaving them at the last moment. It's leaving them very late.
Yeah, well, I think we were speaking about earlier when we were seeing that the ball has been keeping a bit low on 2 occasions in his last over. We were saying that it should have been straighter. There he was, and you can see what had happened.
Yeah, breaking the edge on this occasion.
Yeah, that's where you want to be, Anderson Phillip. You don't want to be short here now. Seeing that the ball is keeping a bit low, you want to put that ball up. Is very early in the innings. You had 13 overs. The new ball still very new, Anil. 13 overs old. The ball just moving back in that last one from Phillip.
And what is required now is for both batsmen to apply themselves given the situation of the innings.
Yeah, 67, 68 for 5. That's not a good position to be in. Sherman Lewis, he's a good batsman. Here's Phillip again.
Well, Sherman Lewis, Visham, is showing that he's got all-round ability.
Yeah, he does. And here's that replay. This one again. Just taking the outside half of the bat there, Anil. That was that delivery that he lined up on about that off stump. And since then, he has been a bit too wide, his last 2 deliveries. Look at the run rate of the Windward Island Volcanoes, 5.04, Anil.
But I think what's important, having looked at the run rate, is the wickets column.
Yeah, I think they really need to look at their choice of strokes there. That one coming back in a lot there, Anil. Just over that off stump, extracting some bounce from the wicket as well.
What a jaffa from Anderson Phillip. That one pitched outside the off stump and was cutting back like a off break into that right-hander, jagging back.
Well, De Silva took that one just outside the leg stump.
So he is hitting the seam consistently.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip, the 2020 season, he's picked up 21 wickets. He's continuing that excellent form with the ball for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. His best was 6 for 19 in that season. This time a straightish delivery that Lewis is driving to that middle fielder there in Jaden Seals.
Yeah, pleasant off drive from Sherman Lewis on this occasion.
Here's the replay of that delivery. Look at it again. Pitching and just continued to move as it passed Sherman Lewis. A good leave, Anil.
excellent judgment from Sherman Lewis on this occasion.
Yeah, excellent judgment, something we did not see from the top order batsman of the Windward Island Volcanoes. This time looking to trash that one away through the offside. It was a wide delivery. It should have been put away. When you are getting these sort of deliveries from Anderson Phillip that is putting you under pressure, when you get those kind of deliveries, Anil, you really want to put it away.
You really want to put these wide deliveries away, but you also want to take into consideration the situation in terms of where the innings are and how you're going to build going forward.
There you can see some members sitting at where Mr. Vinod Mamchan likes to call the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's hospitality suite. Just to the other end of the ground there, the southern end. They are high up on it. They have the best view of the cricket.
They definitely do. But what the bowlers have done extremely well during this game, Visham, they have been able to examine the techniques of the Windward Island Volcano batsmen consistently.
Yeah, I think the bowling of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has really been consistent, and they have played somewhat of a complete game up to this point. Their batting has been up to par, their bowling as well. Here's Brian Charles, someone who has really stood up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the last couple of seasons, into this season as well. He started off well. He's being well assisted by the seamers. You know something as well, Anil, we have, and we'll continue after this ball, this one just outside the off stump, turning back in. Something as well we have not seen in the last game was good fielding from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and it seems as though that has been worked out. This time a delivery taking the inside edge of the bat, ballooning just over Keegan Simmons at short leg, and luckily for Smith there, that did not go to hand. He picks up a single.
Turn and bounce from Brian Charles on this occasion. That one pitching outside the line of the and spinning back sharply. Keegan Simmons, it has to be a reflex action for him to catch that ball. It just ballooned past him in a flash.
Yeah, well, it extracted some good bounce from the wicket as well, Anil. And we're just speaking about that ball still being fairly new. And you know, the seam would still be a bit prominent on the ball. And hence, Brian Charles just maybe hitting the seam there on that occasion. Here he is again. A short delivery that's pulled away there by Sherman Lewis. That's going to be 4. Sherman Lewis seems as though he's playing on a different wicket from the other batsmen, Anil.
Well, Sherman Lewis is absorbing the pressure well, and when the bad deliveries come along, he's taking full toll of it.
Yeah, definitely so. He missed out on a couple of occasions in the last over of Brian Charles. This time being able to put it away.
So Sherman Lewis, I'm sure, will want to be telling Smith that we need to absorb this pressure in order to build an innings.
This time sweeping and sweeping hard, but he finds Isaiah Raja at deep backward square leg.
So it's going to be Brian Charles from the southern end. And he's bowling to Smith. Smith moves down the wicket, tries to mid off. Having a shot at the wicket is Jadon Seals. It must be very close on this occasion, Visham.
Yeah, well, he was using his feet there, Smith. It was played straight to that field at mid off. And I think that could have easily been a dangerous single there had a direct hit been executed. No harm done though, Anil.
No harm done at all. So again, I'm sure Sherman Lewis will want to tell Smith, listen, we need to absorb the pressure. And once we could absorb the pressure, start getting more rotation of the strike, then they'll be able to really build a partnership from here on.
Yeah, 75 for 5. Lost lost Devon Smith for 12 in this innings, Teddy Bishop for 7, Kareem Hodge for 4, and Sherman Lewis, he's still there. Kieran Katoy went without scoring as well. Here's Phillip outside the off stump looking to drive that one. He picks up a single. .1 overs have been bowled in this innings. Windward Island Volcano 77 for 5. This partnership just about 17 at the moment. Welcome back into the commentary booth. So Nathan Stewart. Welcome, Nathan.
Thank you. Seen an extended spell here from Anderson Phillips. Successful spell as well.
Stifled appeal there. The batsman is down for the count. Seems to be in some discomfort there. Smith had struck him hard on the knee. Just above the knee there.
Seems to be in a spot of bother here. Nice to see the Trinidad and Tobago players quickly comes up. Some good sportsmanship here from Joshua De Silva and the likes, ensuring that Smithy is okay.
Physio comes out immediately to address the situation. Just sitting inside that pad there, and even that could never be a good feeling when you are struck there.
Off here I was saying to video that, you know, Anderson will nip in back. That's the sort of length he needs to be bowling. He's a much more dangerous bowler when the ball is fuller. He gets the ball to seam and swing both ways.
Just above that knee roll there. That could be a very hurtful shot there for Smith. And in the meantime, while they attend to Smith, will take a short break for the drinks break as well, and we'll be right back.
runs scored in the first hour of play. 2 wickets down for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They still trail Trinidad and Tobago. 45 runs scored in the opening session, and 2 wickets down for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in the first hour. And they are still trailing Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force by 152 runs. Vidya Rampal alongside Nathan Stewart here for the continuation of coverage. And it's also going to be Anderson Phillip to continue here. Phillip 3 for 30 in 7.2 overs. Took a wicket, well, not took a wicket, but he did hit Smith on the knee, and he still seems to be suffering the effects. And even you played alongside Smith at Central Sports, you were telling me.
Hey, nice to see that Smithy's back up and he's up for the fight. He's a feisty guy, loves a challenge, very good player of spin. He'll be familiar with these boys out there that he's coming up against. Good player.
And again, another blow. And feisty indeed. And also feisty is this challenge here that is being presented by Phillip. And just hitting him at that uncomfortable part. For those who have never played cricket and strapped on the pads, not exactly a lot of protection in between there.
Like I was saying to you off your video, Anderson Phillip is a much better bowler when he bowls the ball at a fuller length. Jaden Seals seems to be the hit the deck type of bowler. But because of Phillip's action, he's a skiddy type bowler. Once he gets the ball a little bit fuller, the ball does something, and that's why he has been so dangerous and been so successful. Seems to be like he's working on a plan here, but it's the second time in succession he has hit Smithy around that area.
Must be very relieved to see that one outside the off stump, and you saw the reaction. Looked as though that bat were a cane there, and the way in which he leaned over it.
I think he's struggling here, and I think Anderson needs to attack him a little bit more. Don't try to get him out caught in the slip. He needs to set the field, hold him a little bit straighter. There's no fine leg at the minute, so obviously he has been forced to bowl that fourth stump channel. But I think when you have someone down, you need to keep them down. I think, a little bit adjustment to the field and go hard at him here.
Pitches it up again, and that's nicely driven this time by Smith, who is limping profusely as he gets down to the northern end of the ground. And a little bit of a giggle there from Terence Hines. They have the batsman in all sorts of trouble. At the other end, however, there is the man Sherman Lewis, who is batting. Just remind you that he batted at number 11 all of the innings so far, and he does not look a number 11 batsman by a long shot. Absolutely,
Definitely not. He looks well organized. He plays a situation, batting at number 11. He played a sheet anchor role in the last game. Now he has been elevated up the order, and he's looking like a proper top order batsman.
A bit of trouble with that one, just coming into him slightly. The over will come to an end. At the end of it, 16 without loss, 78 for 5. Now, of course, all of these players are trying to get themselves in a position where they could be part of that Trinidad and Tobago, that West Indies team for England. Of course, England will be touring the Caribbean, and up there is one Ramnare Sawan, smartly dressed as always. Is that the yellow he's in?
Yeah, nice to see West Indies selectors here looking on at the battle on the field. He also is a former player, so he'll know what he'll be looking for. Like you said, Vidya, spots up for grabs. Guys want to showcase their talents, and this is the best format, and this is the best avenue to showcase what you're made of.
Certainly is, as it's Charles will continue. He's also had a good start to the season, 6 wickets in fact in the opening game, and there are several players who are in for Test honours. Seals, you think, would be in that team. Joshua De Silva is in with a real fight here with Shane Dorridge. Devon Thomas perhaps an outside bet for it. And we'll update you on some of those scores from the other games in a little bit. But there is another good delivery here from Charles. Charles may be a little bit down the pecking order in terms of getting that West Indies selection, but he has been a wonderful servant of TNT cricket. Has put in a lot of work over the years.
100%. You know, Brian Charles, you know, with England having a lot of left-hand batters in their lineup, it all depends on what the selectors are looking for. At the end of the day, as a player, you just need to focus on what is in front of you, control the controllables. He's been bowling beautiful this season.
Yeah, he certainly has, Brian Charles. The defensive shot here by Lewis. And England, of course, coming to the Caribbean to play those 3 test matches. What's interesting, they have left out their 2 main bowlers, Stuart Broad and James Anderson, out of the team. The noises are there. It's not over for them, but they have done remarkably well for, as a fast bowler yourself, I'm sure you would have been, you've learned a lot from watching those 2 in action.
100%, 100%. They're 2 of the world's most skillful bowlers going around. They have done it for over a decade. I think England are just in transition phase. Obviously, you know, those guys won't be able to play forever.
Stop, start, and they eventually get through. And even though Smith is laboring down to the other end, he got there and they sort it out. That's how far the ball traveled away from the bat. Over comes to an end, 80 for 5, 17 overs gone. Windward Islands, they still trail TNT by a long way here. And that's going to be an interesting series. It is certainly the series that everybody wants to play. Lewis on 28 here, 9 for Smith, 78 for 5. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in all sorts of trouble here. Just Ryan John, who hasn't done a lot with the bat. Edwards did get some runs, Larry Edwards, in the second innings against Guyana. Denver, not so much. Preston McSween, who's batting at 11 today, actually has the highest score for the team for the season. How do you like that?
Like you said, also video, you know, the opening position is up for grabs. Skipper Craig Graffett is on a mammoth 100 at the minute. You saw John Campbell, he got a big 100 as well yesterday. You know, guys like Jeremy Solozano, he has been to Sri Lanka. We all know what happened there. He's in and around the mix. He just I think he's one of the guys that selector Sarwan will be looking at. Hopefully he can get a good score here and get himself back into the West Indies mix. I think that has been a concern for the West Indian so far, who with partner Craig Braffett.
That's exactly right. Seals now is on to the northern end, switched over from the southern end. And Solozano got 66 in the first innings. The problem for him is he's not going to get a chance to bat in the second innings, most likely, at least not for a long period.
I think obviously, you know, Ram Narisar and the selector, he know what he's looking for. Obviously, Solos has been on the last tour to Sri Lanka. So he's in and about there, and, you know, he spent a lot of time in the first innings, and that is what you want, you know, the openers to bat time. Like I said,
good delivery. Beating him outside the off stump. Wow, good delivery there. Bullish one from Seals.
England is at that transition period where they're, you know, slowly moving away from James Anderson and Stuart Broad. So for the batters for the West Indies who would have been selected or would be selected in the upcoming series, it would be a little bit easier task for them as opposed to be facing Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, because you always have the problem of playing reputations also when you get out there to bat.
100%. Nice to see Seals. He's found his length. Like I said, that foolish length. He's beating these guys with that skinny pace.
Naughty looking shot there by Lewis. Certainly out of character for him throughout the series. But as for the wicket-keeping position on that West Indies side, De Silva is one of those up for it. Dorridge has come back and scored some runs there. Who would you have gone with if you were West Indies selected?
Again, it's what you're looking for. We'll have to go with for me personally, I'll go with De Silva at the minute. Nice to see Shane Dorridge back in some form, playing again, enjoying his cricket. He has done yeoman service for West Indies over the years.
Fine cricketer indeed, Shane Dorridge. Just seemed to lose his way a little bit in 2020 in that tour of England and then against New Zealand. Of course, De Silva has come in, credit to him also. Gotten 350s in there, he scored some runs and has been tidy behind the stumps. But it's a good headache to have for the selectors to have two very good keepers. And then you have Devon Thomas, who has given up the gloves for a while now, but he's also very good wicket keeper, and he's also scoring some runs.
For sure, Vidya. It's something that we have been lacking here in the Caribbean for a number of years. Competition for spots. And it's nice to see that, guys are racking in the performances, putting up the numbers. And for the first time, giving the selectors something to really think about.
And of course, in the fast bowling department, we're wondering if there is an injury to Shannon Gabriel. Not playing in this match, just bowled the 6 overs basically in 12 overs, in fact, in the last game. Perhaps being preserved. I'm not sure what the thinking was, but you would think that he would be on that team once he's fit.
I would like to think so. Not in a position to know what exactly has happened to Shannon or why isn't he playing today. But what I can speak about is what I'm seeing in front of me. Anderson Phillip definitely with his performances so far has put his name right in the hat. Shannon has obviously his reputation, and we know once he's at full throttle, he's a handful. We also saw the emergence of young Seals taking his opportunities. So it's all about numbers for me, Vidya.
You're a hard taskmaster. You just go by the numbers, huh? I didn't know we had a bean counter with us here. 3 wickets for Phillip, 3 for 31 this in his spell. And Seals, who's now been switched over, 1 for 15. Charles, 1 for 21. He's back on the attack. And that is swept away, but it's straight to Raja, who's out there. And that is 1 more to the total. So he's still labouring there, Dennis Smith. So quite a few options here for the West Indies selectors in terms of that tour of England. As for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, maybe a few of the players have put up their names, at least given the selectors notice. Certainly one of them would be Alec Athenaeus with those 250s in the first game. He's one of them. McSween perhaps an outside bet for the fast bowling position. And we've seen 1 or 2 dangerous spells from Sherman Lewis also in this competition. But still very much you would think that they would be outside bets at this point. Sharp single and they get through easily.
This guy Lewis looks a very, very organized person. Like you said, he has done some interviews and he seems to be the intelligent type, the way he's sized up the situation that is in front of him. A very situational player. Like I said, I know Dennis Smith. He's a very good player of spin. He would not be one to lie down here today. He's going to fight. He plays the sweeps, the horizontal bat shots really, really well. And this is a nice partnership that has been developing here. Could be a dangerous one.
He's limping badly, and that's one of the limiting factors to Smith here, because there's always going to be a run-out chance once he's out there. And he's not going to run any sharp singles, but he's really limping badly now. It seems that it might be just a matter of time that he might have to go off, because as you mentioned, he's a fighting character.
Beware of the injured player, Vidya. That's
Gordon
all I'll
Greenwich.
say.
You're talking about Gordon Greenwich.
Beware of the injured player. I've seen it so many times. It's just a matter of time before he starts playing a few shots. I think with the field that has been set, the line will be obviously predictable. He's very strong square of the wickets on the sweeps and on the cuts. Obviously, Brian Charles will have to bowl a lot straighter because he has a leg side dominant field. And he's a very good reader of the game.
Pulls this one and straight into the player in front of him, who takes the blow and is up.
Is that Jeremy Solozano?
I think it is Solozano, and Solozano who took one. It's Simmons, in fact, who took it to the body, and he's getting an apology from the bowler. There he is, just having a quick talk. Now, I've seen Keegan Simmons in action. Over comes to an end, by the way, 84 for 5. Keegan Simmons, he played in a charity football match some time ago, and he was a goalkeeper. He was very, very good indeed. I'll tell you what, he's a very good goalkeeper. Not great on crosses. I told him that. He's not great on crosses. But when it comes to shot stopping, he's brilliant. And tell you what, you see that stop? That was a goalkeeping stop.
Nice to see that it's not Jeremy Salazano there. You know, he would have had his nightmares there in Sri Lanka. Obviously, like you said, Vidya, the goalkeeping style from soccer comes into cricket here. The way he was able to get himself in position, not to only get himself out of trouble, but to evade the lash as well.
Yeah, he certainly got in the way of that one and stopped it very well. Another good delivery here from Sales, and they will get a single. Slight misfield also.
I think the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers are missing a trick here at the minute. These guys are sitting back, and the hard length deliveries, they're able to cope with it a lot better. If you look at guys the way they practice now, they practice a lot of hard lengths, because they know what the bowlers will be served at them. If you check the deliveries that are causing the batters more problems are the fuller deliveries, not half volleys full, but just a little fuller than back of line. And I think young Seals here need to pitch the ball just a little bit fuller to bring the slips into place. That's the length I'm speaking about, Vidya.
Yeah, that's right. And just for the benefit of, there's always different jargon creeping into cricket, and that one, hard length, has been coming in recently. Just to explain that for the averages.
Hard length is something, you know, it's like your normal length, but back in the day, it will be a little bit floaty. So what we say is when the same energy that you exert when you're going to bowl a bumper or you're going to bowl a yorker, that is the sort of energy that you need to exert on that length. You want to hit it, you want to break the wicket. A batsman must not have enough time to just sit on you. But the thing, like I'm saying, the way guys practice now, that is the length they practice. They would set the bowling machine, a beauty there from Sales, a little bit fuller than back of length, that's what I've been speaking about. And that is the area that, you know, these bowlers, and it's disappointing from a fast bowling point of view to see that every time the ball is pitched up a little bit fuller, they are causing some concerns to the batsman, and it's not being exploited enough from my point of view.
Well, in case you're wondering what happened there, the bail did fall off, but it's not because of the ball, and the ball did not hit the stumps. Just in case you're wondering why Smith is not walking back to the pavilion, the wind, a gust of wind actually just blew the bails off there, so had nothing to do with the ball. Again, a fuller delivery. And the other thing when you're bowling to Smith here, who has that leg injury, as soon as he's playing forward to it, it just adds a little bit of pressure. This is what happened. So the ball clearly passing away from the stumps, and just as Smith is stepping away, you'll see the fielder come in there and pick up the bail. Well, this is back live now, but it was well away from the stumps, so confirmation that he was not bowled or it wasn't a hit wicket or anything.
Again, Vidya, that full of length is causing lots of concern. It tests the batsman technique because they are all sitting back in the crease and waiting for that hard length. So it's either they go short, bumper, or they go a little bit fuller. You know, I think they've been just hitting that length there all morning. It's time for them to revert to something. I think Seals should ask the captain to give him a little bit more protection. These guys are just going to sit in there and bat at the minute. We need to come up with a different plan. Obviously, the bowling has been disciplined this morning, creating not lots of chances. But I think the fast bowlers need to get that ball just a little bit fuller and bring the outside edge, bring the pads, bring the bowl downs, bring all the dismissals into play.
Strikes him on the pad here. Big appeal from Sales, and it is turned down. Maybe going down the leg side, or maybe just a little height there also. And Sales just has a quick word with the batsman. And tell you what, every time he pitches this ball up, it's causing great discomfort for Dennis Smith, because that's the last thing he wants to do is to extend that front leg forward.
Third time he has been struck in that area video this morning. Short guy, he'll be hanging back on his back foot waiting for that over pitch delivery or anything short, because his scoring areas are with the horizontal, but he's good on the pull, he's good on the cut shot. So once the guys get the ball into a fuller area, as you could see. A little bit fuller. It tests the technique. Look the position that he finds himself in there. And that is what you want to exploit as a fast bowler, as a new ball bowler. You want to test the batsman technique.
And the reason why he's getting those lashes to the leg is because he's opening himself up to it also. So not staying quite side on as the coaching manual would tell him. Brian Charles back on action here. He's continuing to probe away. Brian Charles in his 7th over now. Maybe a little bit expensive, 1 for 25. And Brian Charles, this has been what we've seen from him through his career. Is it that he maybe might want to float it up a little bit more? Is he just a little bit too quick to the air? Maybe that's why he's not getting quite as much turn.
It all depends on what is his role in the team. He seems to be the one that is holding the end together while the skipper rotates the quicks from one end. So I think he's just probing there, keeping it tight, pick up the odd wicket, but is keeping the bowlers fresh from the other end while the skipper can have some control from one end. You know, this is 4-day cricket. You don't want to be leaking runs from both ends. Also, you don't want to be attacking from both ends, unless obviously you're getting wickets. But at this stage, you can see we haven't blown, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force hasn't blown away any batsman thus far. They have been partnerships so far. So it's all about being patient, and I think Brian is playing his role brilliantly this morning.
That is his role. Very different bowler from the gentleman you replaced in the commentary booth. That's Amit Jagannath, who's more of an attacking off-spinner. Sweeping at that one and off the pads of the silver, kept maybe a little bit low also and past the stump. So everything was happening there as the over comes to an end. 21 overs gone here. 85 now for 5. The Windwards, they still trail TNT by 144. Seals should be continuing here. Just a quick comparison in terms of what we would have seen from, let's say, you played against Amit Jagannath and the likes of Brian Charles.
Yeah, obviously Amit was a more attacking bowler. He gave the ball a little bit more time in the air. Why he was able to give the ball a little bit more flight was because he was an exponent of the ball going the other way as well. I think he's one of the first guys who started bowling that Dusra kind of knuckleball style. So he had the skill set and he had the confidence to be able to give that ball a little bit more time in the air. So batsmen, yes, you might hit him for a 6, but he got a lot of wickets, caught at slip, caught at backward point when you think you're almost there, you're not really there. Jaggy was a fantastic servant for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force over the years. A good mate when I was just making my way into the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup. He was a senior member of the team. Mine, he was younger than me, but he would have played a lot more first-class matches than me at that point. Very good guy to have in the dressing room. Very good guy to have in your corner, Jaggy.
And certainly was great having him in the commentary booth also. Really wonderful to have the former players here to analyze the game for us. And he's edged it and away for 4. Past second slip, and the third slip, which was in place earlier, has been withdrawn, and that may have been an easy catch for third slip. Never easy in the slips, of course, but another boundary here for Smith. He's up to 17 and 89 for 5. Lewis on 31 at the other end.
Bringing out the fall shot from young Smith. I think that is one of the areas that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force need to be patient. That is the area he's going to score. That is his scoring areas. He loves to cut. So we need to have guys there. Obviously, there are lots of runs ahead. The odd boundary is going to come and go. But we need, when the chances have been created, there must be people in position to take them. Can't be too attacking, can't be too defensive. We have to find that middle ground, which one we want to exploit.
And the short delivery that Smith labors to get out of the way out. That ball going past the one that was edged here, going past Brian Charles, who's a very good catcher.
Having said that, video, there's been good rear guard action here from Smith. He moves to 17. Lewis is on 31. The Windward Islands, will be eyeing up lunchtime once they can put a good partnership. This partnership has been nicely so far. Once they can stay out there, ride their luck, there are runs to be had out there.
Well, that's a good Yorker. Didn't hit the stumps the second time round, but that certainly did test Smith. And once again, he's in the wars here, struck several times. Now he's down for the count here. This might be a standing 8 count coming up.
Lovely partnership here, 29 runs from 68 balls. So you can see it's not the type of wicket where you can blast out a team. These guys, once they put down their head and they show that they're up for it, they're going to get in on this pitch. This pitch is very easy to get in. So we just need to be patient. The Windward Islands now, this I think is the second partnership of 20 or more. They just can't give it away. They need to build on it, bat deep. Launch is 30 minutes away. Let's see how well they can continue this partnership.
Last partnership, in fact, was 27. This one has already gone now into the 30s. So they're starting to put something together here. But they've been short on partnerships in this series already. In that first game, we talked about that 124-run partnership, but there's not a lot else that happened for them in those two matches. In the second innings against Guyana, it was a string of low partnerships. In the first innings, there was one of around 62, and that was when Athenaeus was there, but he's gone already. His involvement as a batsman has ended in this match.
Nicely played from Lewis. Very organized player. I think the other batsman should take a page from his book. Very uncomplicated. The ball is up, he's on the front foot. The ball is short, he's on the back foot. That is why he has been so successful. Like, I was looking at the partnership with him and Maxwell in the last game. Very composed. Maxwell was going after the Guyana Harp Eagles bowlers, and he was just contented there. He never seemed flustered, never got over ambitious. And again, it's the same approach that he has taken here against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in this game, and why he's 31 runs from 55 balls without playing a shot in anger.
Yeah, that's right. Unflustered is Sherman Lewis, but Smith, who has been in the wars, 18 of 35, he's facing up now. Simmons is back in that forward short leg position. Solizano, who is safely away just outside of your picture in that short mid-on position. And Charles will continue here. Slip in place, and he's sweeping at that one. They appeal for an LBW, but it's maybe down the leg side, and again some more pain for Smith. Not the biggest man in the world, Smith. If you put him on a thoroughbred, he wouldn't look out of place, so would he?
But he has a big heart. He has a big heart. He's up for the fight. He's representing his region. He's representing the Windward Islands. It's something that he wears it on his sleeve, and it's nice to see. Obviously, he has taken a few body blows, but he's up for it. He's up for it.
So he has played some cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago, so he knows the conditions well here, the 30-year-old out of Grenada. So that experience certainly does count in his favor. That's one of the reasons why he was brought into the team for these two games. Of course, the next 3 rounds will be played in May, and there's a big break for the tournament. And some of the batsmen, at least the selectors, might be wondering, form now, does that count in May? Sure, there will be some practice games in between then, as we're just about a ball away, 2 balls away from the end of the over.
90 for 5 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and Smith is really putting up a good show here, fighting for his team. That in itself will give a lot of confidence to the dressing room. The guys who are waiting to have a hit next. It's not a wicket that has any terror in it, any demons in it. Once you can put down your head.
Struck him full here, and he's appealing for that one. I'm not sure what the umpire would have seen. Could have been down the leg side, he's thinking, but that certainly struck him very full. Charles is very disappointed here thought he had his second wicket, but all the same, the over comes to an end. A quick comment from you, Nathan, before we bring in Visham and Anil to continue.
You know, obviously the Windward Islands will be looking to head into the lunch and interval. That was a bit of fortune there from where I stand for Smith. Well bowled again by Brian Charles. And he lives to fight another day. Obviously he has been hit about the body. He deserved that slice of luck.
So thanks to Vidya and Nathan, as myself and Anil comes back in. 90 for 5, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Sherman Lewis and Dennis Smith battling hard, Anil. As we see Seals, that's a short delivery, a vicious delivery there from Jaden Seals. The Sherman Lewis, he's looked good, he's on 31. Remember Sherman Lewis, Anil, he was in that Mammoth partnership in the last game for the Windward Island Volcanoes, the last wicket partnership of 124 with Preston McSween. In that, Sherman Lewis had 31 runs of 111 deliveries, and Preston McSween, he struck 86 of 103 deliveries. Sherman Lewis, he was not out in that game, in that innings of 339 by the Windward Island Volcanoes. In response to Ghana's 327. Here is Seals. Sam, another short delivery. So the plan is quite clear now, Anil. There, Seals, he's attacking both batsmen with some short deliveries on their body. And there's that fielder down there, Yannick Carrier, at deep backward square leg. I think that's a plan, Anil.
It does seem a definite plan by the TNT bowlers to target the body of both batsmen.
Yeah, definitely. So, Anil, you know, I would like to see the employment of a short leg fielder as well. Your thoughts?
I would also love to see a short leg in place, considering that they're miles away from that total.
And this time again, that's where Seals would want to be, on the body of Sherman Lewis, and I could sense some words of aggression from Jaden Seals as well. You know, Jaden Seals reminds me much of Kagiso Rabada from South Africa, the young Jaden Seals.
Yeah, similar bowling action. I would like to see Brian Charles move from that mid-wicket region and go into that short catching position for that ball that really climbs onto the batters.
Simon delivery in the air. Will he be out there jumping just short of that fielder, Isaiah Raja, at backward point? That on that occasion there, Anil, Sherman Lewis was looking to drive on the up, not going through with the shot, and luckily for him there, that did not go into the hands of Isaiah Raja.
Jaden Seals has been doing an excellent job in pushing the batters back, and on this occasion he asked him to come forward, so he was caught on the crease trying to drive, and that proved his downfall in spooning that catch towards Raja, but it died on his way before Raja could get to it.
Yeah, he did not move his feet there, Sherman Lewis, and he just stretched out with the bat. And in the end, that fueled that, what could have been, an easy dismissal there for Sherman Lewis. Air Seals once more, 33 on his back. This time on full delivery that Lewis leaves alone into the mid of Josh Da Silva.
So, Jaden Seals is showing that he's very crafty. Having pushed both batters back, he's using that subtle delivery where he pitches and asking them to drive.
Yeah, definitely so, Anil. And you'd want to see him bowl consistently on about that off stump, bringing Sherman Lewis forward. I think the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers have sat back and they have allowed this partnership to build. When you have a team in this position, Anil, you don't want to continue to. You don't want to let the other team run away with the game. You want to be consistent and you want to prize forward.
I quite agree. But it's also important to acknowledge the fight of both Sherman Lewis and Smith in this partnership. They've really taken some body blows, but they've shown that they're willing to fight and fight and fight for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yeah, this has been the highest partnership of both innings by the Windward Island Volcanoes. 30 it has reached already. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're still behind by 139 runs. Remember, they are in the follow-on. This one worked away by the injured Dennis Smith. He's in some sort of discomfort, Smith.
But he's showing that he's a warrior.
Yeah, he's showing good grit.
And that's the kind of mental toughness you want to see from your players out in the middle.
This time stretching forward there, Sherman Lewis. He's shown good patience as well, young Lewis. Showed that he's no slouch with the bat. Looking for a quick single there. And you know Smith, in the discomfort that he is in, being injured, you know he's not going to take those kind of singles.
But take nothing away from Sherman Lewis on this occasion, expertly playing that ball to that short fine leg position.
This time he's taking a quick single though, Anil.
My apology, third man position.
And Dennis Smith. It's really fighting hard here, these two batsmen for the Windward Island Volcanoes. They've weathered the storm of Anderson Phillip and the Jaden Seals. And they're now battling against Brian Charles.
Coach Shirley Clark must be a very proud man at this moment in the manner in which they have engineered in rebuilding this innings.
Certainly taking this as a positive out of this game, this partnership. You know, Sherman Lewis, he's had a lot of positives coming out of this game. A fifer in the first innings, now standing tall with the bat here in their second turn with the bat. Here's Charles. Flighted delivery, Smith well forward. That completes the over. 92 for 5, the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Sherman Smith is on 32 from 64 balls. The partnership is worth 32. And Ed Smith is on 19 from 44 balls.
There's the view of the scoreboard.
Smith.
The scoreboard here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Remember the last wicket to fall, Kieran Katoy. He was leg before to Brian Charles without scoring, with a score on 60. Jaden Seals, he's coming back into the attack. He's continuing his spell. 1 for 21 in 8 overs. 2 maidens in that. The field as it stands, 2 slips and a gully. Here is Seals. This one taking the inside half of the bat. That one jogging back a bit there from Jaden Seals. It runs down to Carrier at deep backward square leg for a single. Yes, the field, 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg in that of Carrier.
So a mini recovery from Lewis and Smith. It's worth 32 runs from 89. 33 runs from 89 deliveries.
Yeah, well, you can consider it a recovery. They were 60 for 4. And I think with them playing in the manner they are playing at the moment, Anil, they're really buying their time. They're getting a feel of it. They are building their innings. This could be something big here for the Windward Island Volcanoes. You never know. This time Smith working it away nicely off the hips.
He's only going to get one to that fine leg position.
I think he'll settle for 1, being in the state that he is at the moment, Anil.
Yeah, he seems to be grimacing in pain at the moment, but he's prepared to fight till the end.
Lovely weather here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, despite some grey clouds ahead, but no real threat to the cricket here. Lush green outfield, the sun is out. Selector of the West Indies is here as well, Ramlir Sarwan. Hey Seals, short delivery again, that meets ducking Sherman Lewis on the other end.
And how is the apple trees on the western side of the ground?
Well, they're looking a bit dry at the top, bit green at the bottom. Not sure when we are going to get apples from them, Anil. I think you can tell us. No, you are the man that coined the apple trees. Did you water the apple trees this morning, Anil?
Certainly didn't.
Here is Seals. Just outside the off stump, a bit too wide there to interest the patient, Sherman Lewis.
And Jaden Seals is mixing his lengths really well, pushing the batsman back on occasion and pitching up that soccer delivery, asking the batsman to drive through that cover region that will bring the fielders behind the wicket into action, the slip, the gully, as the case may be.
Yeah, that last delivery, just looking to tempt Sherman Lewis, looking to get him to play through that offside. Let's see how he comes back here now, this time on the line of the leg stump, just above that knee roll. That's not a good delivery there, Anil. You don't want to be down that leg side. You have not much of protection on that one side. Just about 3 fielders, a deep backward square leg, the mid wicket, and a short mid on. So anything that's played away on that one side could just run away for 4.
Yeah, and you don't want to release the pressure from these batsmen. You want to ensure that they work for every run earned.
Yeah, and despite us saying that they are rebuilding the innings, they are still under pressure, the Windward Island Volcanoes. This time a delivery that's just pitched up and moving away. You could see it moving away from Sherman Lewis. But what he did well, he strided out to the pitch of delivery. He got behind it nicely and played it away. There is him practicing that.
And Sherman Lewis is showing the top order of the Windward Islands Volcanoes team how to go about batting on the surface.
There are the artificial lights here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. No need for that. It's a 4-day game. It's a daylight match. No need for the artificial lights here. I know sometimes in England, Anil, during the day you need the lights on.
Yeah, it becomes very murky in England during the day. And I must admit that these lights have been upgraded for the recently concluded ICC on the 19 tournament. And I'm eagerly awaiting for it to come on when that T10 series is on.
Yeah, something special coming up from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board in the very near future. Look out for it, all the viewers.
It's the Dream 11 T10 tournament, which will be played at the Brownlow Cricket Academy from the 26th of February. It runs for 2 weeks.
Here's Charles. So delivery played away. Smith scampers through for a single.
Very gingerly, but he's up to the task. He's showing that grit and determination that's required.
Yeah, he's really doing well, Dennis Smith. He's battling hard. He's a good fighter, and that he is showing at the moment. See Jaden Seals getting some refreshments down at the boundary there. Carrie Pear in attendance. Yeah, there he is. Just a towel. Some water maybe. Here's Charles. Full delivery. 95 for 5. Well, we're back, and the over, Brian Charles over, has been completed. 27 overs have been bowled. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 95 for 5. Dennis Smith, he's on 21 of 47 deliveries. Sherman Lewis, he's on 33 of 73 deliveries. Here's the match summary. 326 to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to start. Josh De Silva and Yannick Correa 73 and 72 respectively. Sherman Lewis, though, he fought hard for the Windward Island Volcanoes with 5 for 43. Windward Island Volcanoes, they were dismissed for 97. Believe it or not, 97 in the first innings. And Alec Athenes, he struck 33. Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals doing the damage for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. At the moment, the Windward Island Volcanoes 95 for 5. They still trail by 134 runs. It's the follow-on here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as we see the introduction of the captain, Imran Shaki Khan.
Yeah, and just about 10 minutes before the luncheon interval, the captain has taken the responsibility to bring himself into the attack. So a very important passage of play going into this luncheon period. The Windward Islands Volcano batsmen will definitely want to preserve their wickets going into this lunch break. Visham.
Definitely so, Anil. You want 9 minutes or so to the luncheon interval. And I think that's about 2 overs of spin. So let's see. Imran Shaki Khan to start. And the widest delivery outside the off stump is here. Is blowing all over the place here with the breeze. As well as the flags. The Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Island flags here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Flags are blowing up to just to the west of us. So I'm driving hard. A quick single being attempted. Good backing up there by Jason Mohammed and Keegan Simmons. And that's the sub fielder doing the fielding at mid-off as well, Kirsten Kalicharan. There he is in your picture, Kirsten Kalicharan. Jaden Seals coming off the field, giving way for young Kalicharan.
And skipper Imran Khan will want to make an immediate impact in this innings on this first morning.
Yeah, he is a full pitch delivery. You know, Sherman Lewis would have played against a lot of spinners in the first game. Gudakesh Moti, Virasami Pumal and these guys. You know, against Guyana, he would have weathered the storm of those spinners. So yes, oh, this one a bit too close to cut on that occasion there. He was attempting to cut it and in the end missing.
Too close on this occasion to cut that ball, and it just barely eludes the sticks.
Yeah, you could have seen Joshua De Silva giving a jig as well. You know, it's carnival time here in Trinidad and Tobago. Probably just getting the feeling. Anil, I know you would be going to carnival. You said that you would be holding down a pod.
Yeah.
That's the end of the over. 96 for 5. Brian Charles, he's going to come around the wicket now. A different challenge for Dennis Smith. That last delivery there, just fended away by Smith. Looking to bring those fielders there into play. Imran Khan stretching a hand out there to slip. Good fielding.
So there's definitely a plan by the Red Force team to have that leg slip in position, as well as that forward short leg, that short mid wicket. It shows clearly. that the line, the mode of attack is going to be on that middle and leg stump line, asking Dennis Smith to play that ball through that onside.
Yes, let's see. Good tight bowling here by Brian Charles. That's what you're going to get from him. Good variation as well. Changing the angles, the lines, the lengths. Here he is again. It's that full pitch delivery that Smith is nicely behind. So that would only force Smith to go against the turn of the delivery, push it into that offside where there are only 2 fielders in front of the bat. Large acreage of space there. That completes the over. 96 to 5, a maiden over from Brian Charles. He's bowled 11 and he's just picked up 1 wicket for 28 runs.
So we're going to see Imran Khan continue from the media center end. And it's about that time where we'll just get just about the last over before the interval, Visham.
Yeah, definitely so. And Imran Khan would want to break this partnership before that luncheon interval, while Sherman Lewis and Dennis Smith would not want to lose their wicket. They'd want to have a happy lunch, as much as happy it can be, taking the positive out of this innings, which would be this partnership. The partnership just about 36 at the moment.
And it must be a tense moment for these batsmen at this time.
Yeah, it won't be a good lunch for the Windward Island Volcanoes, seeing that they have lost 5 wickets in this innings, struggling at 96 to 5. I would say struggling, despite this fight back from these 2 batsmen. It's not been a good performance at all from the Volcanoes. They would have wanted to rebound from that first game. They played well, coming to a different venue, different challenge in the Red Force, heightened confidence from the men in red, white and black, having won their first game very early in the 4th day, coming into this game with a lot of confidence and continuing their good work, improving on some facets of the game that they may have been faulty in the first, and really fighting hard. This time Lewis tightly behind that one there.
Yeah, and I'm sure on the mind of Sherman Lewis is to see this over out and come back after the luncheon interval.
Yeah, good resistance. They want to continue that. This delivery left alone very late. He was in 2 minds there, Sherman Lewis. That completes his over, Imran Khan. 96 to 5.
So with about 2 minutes before the luncheon interval, we'll wait to see if umpire Danish Ramdani is going to allow another over before the luncheon interval.
Well, guess what? We're going to see the introduction of Jason Mohammed, the man with the golden arm, Anil. Could he break this partnership just before lunch?
It would definitely be a master stroke from skipper Khan if Jason Mohammed was to affect a dismissal just before the luncheon interval.
Yeah, 2 guys I would have liked to see bowl this final over before lunch. That man on your screen, Jason Mohammed, and Yannick Carrier. Here's Mohammed. Some delivery down the leg side. Yeah, Jason Mohammed is known for picking up wickets very early in his spells. Known for making breakthroughs for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Vital breakthroughs. Anil?
Yeah, he has proven that he's got a wicket-taking delivery in his armory.
It's a straighter delivery there from Mohammed. It's a different challenge again for Smith. They have not seen much of Jason Mohammed. They have not seen him with the ball in this game. So a stifled appeal there from the keeper, De Silva and Mohammed. No real appeal as well from the fielders. So umpire Danish Ramdani nods his head in denial. Very cool conditions. Conditions have really settled in nicely at the academy. despite the rains this morning. That's down the leg side from Jason Mohammed. Not taken there by Josh Da Silva. Get through for 2 runs. So Dennis Smith, he still picks up 2 runs, although he's injured. And Khan, he's on the floor. Received his 100th cap in the last game. That t-shirt that he has on in this game, it was given to him. As a result of that, he has really worked hard for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force over the past years, Anil, and wow, what a servant he has been.
What a wonderful occasion it was on the first day when the Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, Jason Mohammed down the leg side again. Quick single taken there by Smith and Lewis. That completes the over. 98 for 5 here, the Windward Island Volcanoes. 99 for 5, sorry. And that's lunch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Windward Island Volcanoes coming in 2 day 3. They were 32 for 3. And now they are 99 for 5. Looking at the batting scorecard, Devon Smith and Teddy Bishop, they were both dismissed by Anderson Phillip yesterday, 12 and 7 respectively. Kavim Hodge, 4, he was dismissed by Seals. Shimon Lewis, he's still there on 33 of 83 deliveries. Karen Katoy and Alec Atenes, they were both leg before to Charles and Phillip respectively. Dennis Smith, although injured, he is on 24 of 61 deliveries. The extras to the Windward Island Volcanoes, 14, 99 for 5, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Looking at the bowling of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now. Brian Charles, 1 for 28 in 11 overs. Anderson Phillip, he's picked up 3. He has been the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 31 in 8 overs. And Jaden Seals, 1 for 23 in 9. Imran Khan, he's just bowled 2 overs, conceding some 1 run. And Jason Mohammed, he's just bowled 1. That's the over before the luncheon interval. So that's the situation at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We'll take a short break for lunch. You have a good lunch as well. We'll be right back with more cricket.
That is Jason at his best.
Ball them. You miss, I hit. Jason Holder strikes. The #1 test all-rounder in the world.
As a youngster growing up, I just loved the game, So, as a youngster playing on the hard courts and in the roads at home, I just want to do everything. You bowl, you bat, you wicket keep. You just want to be in the game all the time. So, I felt at a young age, I wanted to give myself every single possibility to be successful. As a bat, I just get so bored standing up in the field. So why not just bowl? So just keep myself active and staying in the game as much as possible. Definitely. Sometimes I want a little bit of a break as well too. I feel as though some test matches I play, I spend all 5 days on my feet, which is hard and taxing on your body, taxing on your mind. I think a lot of people don't understand downtime. And for me, I just try to get right away from cricket, in my downtime, play a little golf, just get right away from it. Sometimes I just rather not see a bat, a ball, hear anything about cricket, and that's just how hard the game is mentally and physically. So I would say it's part of the job, but more or less, I think if you understand yourself, know how to switch on and switch off, then it becomes a lot easier. Yes, it is, man. I think when I look around world cricket and seeing the most entertaining and successful players, they want to be seen in big moments. Being a finisher, you're obviously there at the end, and that's when the game is on the line. Being a death bowler, again, the game is on the line and people are expecting you to deliver. So I like those situations, You just got to understand that you will fail in these situations, and failure is a part of life. For me, it's just about learning, and learning must take place in these failures, and I think that'll propel you going forward into a better cricketer to handle these situations a lot better in the future. So I love it, man. I just like to relish the opportunity, and I think once you perform on a big stage in crunch time, everybody remembers it. Over the years, I guess I've just developed, obviously my test cricket has gone really well. One-day cricket, I've always been thereabouts. T20 cricket now, I'm now getting back into it a little bit more and more. And I kind of sacrificed T20 cricket at probably the last couple of years just to give myself a bit more longevity in international cricket. I'm now getting to 29 now, so last year my 20s, and now I think I've been relieved of the captaincy. Maybe the sky's the limit for me to explore different avenues. Still want to be committed to West Indies cricket as much as I possibly can, and I would openly say that, yeah, I'm looking for a few more opportunities around the world to just embark on a new adventure, make some more money, and just enjoy my cricket a little bit more. So we'll see how things go. It can be hard for me to go from limited overs cricket into test cricket. But I think if I start with test cricket, at least you get a chance to actually spend some time in the middle, whether it be batting or bowling. And then that helps me to get myself attuned for white ball cricket. So I'm pretty pleased that this series particularly started with the test cricket and then phase into the one-day cricket. For me, it gives my body a little bit more time to adjust back into playing cricket as well too. And I think it's an easier transition, but I think it can be difficult sometimes if you start with the limited overs cricket to go back into test cricket, because it's a much faster paced game, and test cricket requires a lot more patience, so you could get into habits where, well, looking to advance the game, push the game along, bowl depth or bowl, different variations, whereas test cricket requires a lot more skill, a lot more discipline over a longer period of time, obviously. So I find it a little bit more difficult to transition from white ball cricket into test cricket. When in doubt, take the positive route. And I got that from Jack Callis when I was under him at KKR, and it was interesting for me, because I think more often than not, when we're under pressure, we think conservatively, whereas most people never ever see the positive side or the side where I would say thinking outside of the box. So I like when I'm under pressure just to look at things positively, So I feel as though and I try not to get too caught up with the end result or the result in itself, but think of the positive process that I need to get that end result that I'm looking for. So I rather take that option and rather than die wondering, knowing that I could have done something differently.
between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Windward Island Volcanoes. Of course, it's day 3 of the West Indies Championship 2021-2022 round 2. Trinidad and Tobago in the first innings, 326. All out, Josh De Silva 73, Yannick Carrier 72, Sherman Lewis the pick of the bowlers for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 5 for 43 in 21 overs. The Windward Island Volcanoes in response dismissed for 97, yes 97. Alec Athena's heat up scored with 33, Dennis Smith 16, and Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals doing the damage for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 4 for 32 and 3 for 30 respectively. At the moment, in the follow-on, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 99 for 5. They still trail by 130 runs. Sherman Lewis and Dennis Smith leading a fight back for the Windward Island Volcanoes, 33 not out, and Dennis Smith 24 not out. Anderson Phillip yet again in the wickets, 3 for 31. As I welcome back into the commentary booth, Mr. Nevin Stewart. Welcome, Nevin.
Thank you for having me, guys. You know, we had a nice lunch. Now, I'm sure the players had a nice lunch as well. As we resume battle after lunch, I think the Windward Islands are showing some character here in the form of Dennis Smith and Young Lewis.
Yeah, and I think that at this point, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would have expected to wrap this game up already. But good resistance from both batsmen, denying them of that.
100%. Like I mentioned to Vidya earlier, beware of the injured player.
Yeah.
Seen it so many times at all different levels, all different stages, and he is putting up a rare guard action here in partnership with Lewis, who initially has been a number 11 batsman, which bemuses me because he has such good technique and good clear thought processes. Elevated up the order and is showing good batsmanship.
Yeah, elevated up the order because he was sent in as a night watchman yesterday. That's the only reason why he was elevated. And now he's battling hard, Sherman Lewis. That delivery from Imran Khan, who starts proceedings here after lunch. Just tapped away on the offside, no run. Yeah, Sherman Lewis is known for showing resistance. In the last game that he played as well, in that partnership with Preston McSweeney, he had 31 of 111 deliveries. That partnership 124. Last wicket partnership, that was a mammoth partnership, Nevin.
Yeah, 100%. I'd like to see moving forward if they will continue with him batting so low down the order, because his approach is very, very uncomplicated. Plays the ball nice and late, nice and strict. And he is all about creating partnerships. And I think he's the one, albeit he was elevated as night watchman, but he's the one that is holding this batting lineup together.
Yeah, definitely so. Had it not been for him, this innings could have been over already. Not counting out Dennis Smith, though, who's been there for quite a while. 65 deliveries, 24 to his name. Injured as well.
At the minute, he's looking a little bit more nimble feet, as he needs to be against skipper Imran Khan. To all his variations, needs to have those feet moving. As you see, he was skipping around a bit, getting himself loosened up to battle after lunch. Good start here from the skipper so far.
Yeah, here is Khan. Delivery that's just played away to slip. That completes the over. 99 for 5. The Windward Islands Volcanoes. Nathan, you know, what would have been the message of the coach Shirley Clark heading into this period after lunch here now? What would he have said to these batsmen that heading out to the middle?
Just to keep it simple. Obviously, you know, you want to get a good start, see what the bowlers are trying, what they put on offer, how they are trying to get you out, and come up with a plan to negate that. Obviously, for me, a big thing is keeping out the good deliveries. Obviously, bowlers are allowed to bowl good deliveries, same way batsmen are allowed to play good shots. So one thing, whilst I was playing at Prissal some years ago, Keith Atherton always said to us, keep out the good deliveries. Don't let the good deliveries get you out. So we were like, so get out of the bad deliveries? He was like, no, score off the bad deliveries, which is very, very important. So it's all about absorbing pressure and exerting pressure.
Yeah, and many times you see batsmen absorb the pressure and then throw that start away. You don't want to see that from these two batsmen here, Sherman Lewis and Dennis Smith. None of these batsmen that is to come.
I mean, you alluded to the fact that today is day 3 and it's a placid pitch in front of them. Once they get in, you know, we've seen couples good partnerships so far. The big thing for the Windward Islands is to extend those partnerships. They are getting the partnerships up and running, but they are not extending them, and it's looking good here so far between Lewis and Smith.
Yeah, definitely. And as we see the introduction of Terrence Hines, he's coming into the attack to replace Brian Charles from the fine. You must know a lot about Terrence Hines as well, Nevin.
Good fast medium bowling all rounder, hits a big ball, bowls lively as well.
Yeah, here he is. First delivery just jumping on Sherman Lewis, having a lot to do on that occasion there, but he played it well, soft hands.
Yeah, Terrence puts a lot of energy into the ball at the last moment, the last release, which gives him that skiddy and that surprise nature. As you can see, the batsman probably might have been in a bit of a laid back position, frame of mind, and then the ball just spat at him because he has very quick high arm action.
Here he is again. Stammer delivery outside the off stump. Lewis's feet went nowhere there, just throwing his hands at that one, looking to punch that one through the offside.
I think Lewis just need to start over, second over after lunch, stick to what has been working for him so far, which is keeping it very simple, batting partnership, small targets, and see how long they can keep the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force out there in the middle, because obviously it's 4-day cricket. You have time on your hand. Today's only day 3 and it's just after lunch.
Yeah, the partnership 39 of 132 deliveries. That delivery a bit too wide there from Terrence Hines, not where he would want to be.
Having a first look at him this season, and he's now getting into his work. He's just gathering a bit of momentum, trying to hit that nice tight line and length, as well as express himself, being aggressive. You know, a couple looseners in the over so far, which is not really accepted in T20 cricket and stuff like that, but this is 4-day cricket, so you have a little bit more time to get into your work. Hopefully he can get that ball on that fuller length with that shape away that he has.
And that's what the skipper would want this time, pitching it up straight on that occasion there. Sherman Lewis showing him the maker's name. Smoke just blowing across the ground here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Some bushfires to the left of us.
Amazing scenes here at the Brian Lara Academy. You know, we haven't had any cricket for albeit of almost two seasons.
Yeah.
Picturesque sight in front of us, you know, here in Southern Peninsula in Trinidad and Tobago, where I'm from.
There's Hines again. Nice delivery there from Hines, tapped away to mid-off.
I've been really impressed with the rear guard action of these two Windward Islands low order batters. You know, they're keeping it very simple, spending time in the middle, and you could see they're enjoying each other's company out there. Prior to the break, Smith has been felled probably 4 times. He's still on his feet, battling for his country, which is something that, you know, you want to show when you're representing your islands, when you're representing your region, when you're representing your country.
You want to see that grit from your batsmen, a determination to do well, to score runs, not just to score runs, but to spend time at the crease, much like we saw from Jeremy Solozano and Yannick Carrier in that Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces innings. That's the end of 33 overs, 99 for 5, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Looking at the partnership, 136 balls. That's a lot of balls that these guys have faced, and 39 runs. Yeah, it's been a really patient partnership from these two in rebuilding the innings.
Yeah, a lot of deliveries that they've been batting there, spending time at the wicket. Obviously, at the start of play this morning, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force had very attacking fields. And the minute, a couple boundaries started flowing, they got on the defense a little bit. So it shows the importance of occupying the wicket.
Yeah, and here's another challenge for these batsmen. They faced him in 1 over prior to that luncheon interval. Jason Mohammed, he is going to be coming into the attack. He swapped ends. So that tells me that we may see Imran Khan from the fine. No, because Terence Hines is there. But it's going to be Jason Mohammed. He's someone who tends to take some wickets, some quick wickets, and key wickets as well as crucial intervals. Let's see.
Man, I'm a little bit confused at the minute. You have 2 right-hand batters at the wicket. Obviously, you have Terence Hines operating from one end. Me putting myself in a captain's position, I would have looked to introduce someone like Yannick Correa, who bowls leg break googlies, give these low order batsmen something to think about. No disrespect to Jason and his off spinning ability, but on this sort of wicket and at this facet of the game, you would look for someone who spins the ball in both directions.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one there, Nathan. I've loved to see Yannick Carrier operate against these 2 right-handers. Did not have a ball in the first innings. He has not bowled quite yet in this innings. Dennis Smith just settling himself. He faces up to Mohammed. Straightish delivery. Not going to get no real quick deliveries from Jason Mohammed. He tends to bowl very slow. This time swept away. There's protection out there, deep backward square leg. Solozano is there. Single to Smith. 102 for 5. The Windward Island Volcanoes.
I mean, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have a lot of variety in their bowling ranks. It's just how it has been utilized and how it's been handled. Skipper Khan has been rotating the bowlers decently this morning. But for me personally, I like to see Yannick Correa at these low order batsmen. Like I said initially, I played a tournament with him in the US a couple months ago, and he was amazing.
Yeah, looking at him in the trials as well that the Red Force had leading up to this regional 4-day tournament, Correa has developed his bowling really well.
Yeah, he's always been a work in progress, but I think what he's fell victim to is his batting prowess. Because he has been amongst the runs and he's been batting in the top 5, they probably looking at him only as a batting option. In my perspective, obviously his batting has been very good so far. But if you have a guy who is a genuine wicket taker or a guy who creates opportunities to get wickets with leg break and googlies, I don't see why he can't be bowling in tandem with Skipper Khan at the minute.
I have to agree again with you there. He's going to swap ends now. He's going to come from that southern end. Isaiah Raja as well, Nevin. He's another option. He's a leg spinner as well.
Yes, like I said, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have quite a number of bowling options.
Yep.
I like to say hello to my good friend Akil Hussain. He is tuned in out there in India. I like to say to Akil, focus on the white ball stuff, buddy. We are here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we are seeing some nice red ball stuff here. Good luck to you in your rest of games, mate.
If Akil was in Trinidad and Tobago, he certainly would have been out here playing straight in the red ball format of the game, but he's out there representing the maroon. All the best to him and all of the West Indian contingent out there in India taking part in that T20 series in Kolkata. Here's Imran Khan from the far end. So I'm down the leg side. Just paddled away neatly by Dennis Smith as he goes up by 1. Continuing to build this innings here, both batsmen. 103 for 5. I'm sure it's a happy sight for the Windward Island Volcanoes to see that score go past 100, knowing that they did not get past 100 in the first innings, being dismissed for 97. Khan slowing things up a bit, luring Sherman Lewis forward.
Looking on there, I think at the break, looks to me like the smoke is creating a bit of a mayhem.
Allow the beautiful leg before, and he's given. Sherman Lewis, the man who was holding this innings together, he has to depart. Imran Shaki Khan, the captain, strikes.
Exact same thing that I was speaking about earlier. You need to have leg spinners bowling at these guys. Remember, at the end of the day, yes, they have been playing well, but when you have leg break bowlers, guys who can have the ability to spin the ball the both ways, they always expose you as a low order batter. So Skipper Khan has gotten the breakthrough. Refreshing sight for us here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as we see John strides to the wicket now.
Yeah, Sherman Lewis, he has to go 33 of 93 deliveries. A welcome wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The captain doing his thing here for them. Let's look at the replay of that delivery from Imran Khan, the wicket. It's a straightish delivery, and it looked like it hit him in front there, and even that looked to be out. So a good decision by the umpire, Danish Ramdani. Sherman Lewis just looking to play across the line there. Just an error in judgment.
I think he was beaten for length there. It was a little bit fuller than he anticipated. Obviously, he hasn't gotten himself acquitted to the piece of the wicket after lunch. Should have been playing that with a straight bat, as he has been doing so well for the duration of his innings. One error in judgment, and that's how the game goes.
Yeah, definitely. So we were speaking about making use of the start that you got, and he did not do that there, Nathan. You were just speaking about the messages of Keith Atherton to you guys, and yeah, Sherman Lewis just against that day on that occasion. Imran Khan bowling to Ryan John, the new batsman.
Yeah, you know, for sure, good deliveries are going to be served up. You should have good enough defense, good enough skill set, good enough thought processes to be able to negate those good deliveries. He batted for quite a while, doing a very good job. I think he got a little bit ambitious there as we come to the end of the over. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 103 for 6.
And at this time, both Nevin and I will take our leave as we welcome back Vidya and Anil.
Thank you very much, Visham. Yeah, it's an interesting situation here as lunch 99 for 5 now, 103 for 6. And those two batted for 24.1 overs. So they ate up a lot of deliveries here, but the partnership has come to an end. And the rock of that partnership was Sherman Lewis, 33, which is incidentally his highest first-class score. He's broken his highest first-class score in this tournament twice now. Here's Hines to continue. And that is, so he's gone. Dennis Smith, who has battled on, he's there for 28. Ryan John, who is still to play an innings of substance in this tournament, he has now joined him at the crease. So this is going to be an important innings here for Ryan John if he is to see himself in the first team, perhaps for that third match, which is in May. You'd think that he'd want to get some runs here. Welcome back to Anil, who is joining us also here.
Good afternoon, Vidya.
Terence Hines here continuing. Just to look at Hines for a moment. Just in his just bowling his 8th ball so far in this innings. In the first innings, just 2 overs, 6 overs in fact, none for 9 in that. And Terence Hines coming in, Shannon Gabriel out of this game, and he played a good hand with the bat. But the problem has been, yes, he's an all-rounder, but he doesn't take a lot of wickets for Trinidad and Tobago.
Terence Hines will want to change that phenomena in possibly cleaning up the rest of this Windward Islands Volcanoes batting lineup of Vidya.
Yeah, every ball is an opportunity to change your past, change your present circumstances and improve upon it. And Hines would certainly be operating on that principle. We did see a very good partnership between Lewis and Smith. And you were telling me about your ideas about some of the about building an innings here, and it might be some good advice you could be giving to the new batsman Ryan John and his role in terms of building an innings here.
Well, it's important, Vidya, to have a clear thought process when walking out into the middle and understanding your role that's being asked by the team management.
What would be his role right now? What would you have told him if you were Shirley Clark? He's going to walk out there. What would you whisper in his ear?
Most important, go there and enjoy your batting. Keep it simple and play every ball on its merit.
That one kept a little bit low there from Hines. Not sure how much he's going to enjoy batting out there right now with the ball keeping low every now and again. Terence Hines also a fiery competitor. So some of the axioms of batting there, keeping it simple, playing it on its merit, you would have talked about. And for Hines, and for Ryan John, who's not been in the best of form in this competition, maybe a little bit of extra advice for him?
Try as much as possible and get the pace of the wicket, get behind the line of the deliveries, and as much as possible keep rotation of the strike, which is very important when harnessing a partnership.
Searching for that fuller delivery there, Terence Hines. Too far down the leg side, but easy take for Joshua De Silva. End of the over, 103 for 6. And John, who we have just been talking about, will be on strike now. And John himself, as you mentioned, get behind of the line of the delivery, enjoy his batting. That's so much a part of this game also. It's a wonderful game. And while there's a lot of pressure on these players, you certainly do want to encourage them to at least enjoy the time to be out there.
And one of the variables that must take into consideration, Vidya, is playing to your limitations as a player, understanding where your strengths and weaknesses are.
Yeah, very, very important. As Dirty Harry Callahan said in that very famous movie, man must know his limitations. Okay, I think that's might be a little bit too old for some of the audience here. Dirty Harry Callahan was Clint Eastwood's famous character in those police movies out of the 70s and 80s. I think I've aged myself there, Anil. You would remember Harry Callahan, wouldn't you?
No,
You remember that character?
No, I don't.
You're younger than I thought, Anil.
Much younger.
Anyway. That could run close to the boundary here. It's a nicely clipped shot, and that'll be an easy 2 for John, who's on to 2. Yeah, Dirty Harry Callahan with his magnum, and Imran Khan does have a few flinty stares, as Clint Eastwood would have effected over his movie career. He's the strong, silent type, Imran Khan, attacking here. Coming down the track, he's gone for a big hit, and that could go all the way for 6. Yes, it struck the stands here, And that is a mighty hit by Ryan John. Came down the track beautifully, got to the pitch of it. Slow delivery here from Imran Khan and picks up 6.
Yeah, high and handsome from Ryan John on this occasion. But I'm sure Khan is going to be encouraged by the mode in which Ryan John is playing, because he will definitely give himself the opportunity to pry him out, possibly leave him down the track with a wider delivery.
Oh, that was close. He was in not 2 minds, but maybe 3 or 4 different minds how to play that delivery, and got out of it. And he came down the track and hit that one really long, the ball before. And Ryan John is in a battle here with Khan. And he'll pick up another run here, Ryan John. And I think after he hit that ball, he was saying to Khan, go ahead and make my day.
Well, it seems like he had something different during the lunch period video.
I certainly did. 112 for 6 at the end of the 37 overs. Smith on 28 and John on 9. Just talk about Smith for a minute here. Just about 2 overs ago, we did see the trainer come on. He made a signal. I thought initially it was water, but the trainer came on and handed him something. Now, immediately he put it to his lips, and the way that what he would have done, it seemed that he got the asthma inhaler. And I think that's because you might see it on your screen every now and again. Yes, there's Sahara dust, a lot of it in Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, I think the whole of the Sahara might be here. Somebody might want to check and see if the pyramids of Giza are still where they're supposed to be. But they are, in fact, being assured by Professor here in the booth. A lot of Sahara dust, but there's also a fire, a bushfire, which is taking place to the left of the ground, and it's a lot of smoke floating around. So it's dreadfully difficult if you're an asthma sufferer. Hines continuing here, and he will continue to probe away outside the off stump here. But of course, you're a coach, Anil, and you have players with different medical conditions. Asthma is certainly one of the more dangerous conditions that you would want to make sure you're cognizant of with your players.
And you also want to have that nebulizer on spot in the event that attack takes place.
Yeah, certainly. And didn't see the color of the asthma inhaler, but if it were orange, certainly it would be the right one that he has out there. Shorter delivery here from Hines outside the off-stump. And Ryan John just making a threatening look down the pitch here. So he's up for the battle. As I mentioned, he wants to get a good innings in here. And there are other medical conditions due to the improvement of medical treatment for athletes. We're seeing athletes with different conditions playing at the higher level. I want to remember that Stephanie Taylor, the West Indies captain, also is an asthma sufferer, and she always has the inhaler somewhere around very close on the field. Peels off the edge. That could have gone anywhere. He was aiming to the onside, and instead it's producing work here for Raja, who is square up the wicket, and he gets 2. Ryan John is not going to stick around here. There's already an attitude of aggression that has come into his play.
Well, we are looking at 2 fiery characters in Ryan John and Terence Hines. Neither of these guys are going to be backing down.
No, they won't. Dirty Harry versus the Scorpio Killer all over again. This time here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's nicely hit this time off the back foot. He's a tall player, Ryan John, so he can get back and play that ball well off the back foot. Skillful player also. We haven't seen too much of his batting talent in this particular series, but John will want to show some of that today. Ideal opportunity. Nothing to lose here.
Yeah, he has ample time video to really construct an innings and play to his full potential.
Gets that beautifully again. But it is a good stop in the extra cover region.
It's the substitute, Kirsten Kalicharan,
Yeah.
who is on for Jaden Seals.
And Kirsten Kalicharan, a member of that World Cup winning team in 2016, as well as Ryan John. They were teammates actually out there. So Kalicharan might be just reminding him, you're not going to get past here. Let's see you do your best now. Those two, along with Jed Gooley, would have also been part of it.
Jed Gooley, unfortunately, to be left out on this occasion.
And Guyana up at the Oval, 84 for 5, trailing by 238 runs. Big trouble there for Guyana. Fuller delivery this time from the bowler, and the batsman equal to it. Applause for him as he plays a good defensive shot at the end of the over, 114 for 6. So the conditions have been difficult. The smoke has sort of eased up a bit, but in terms of the Sahara dust, we've had that. There was a warning we got over the weekend that through the Valentine's Day and this week there would be a lot of Sahara dust, several plumes of them. You haven't been affected by it, have you?
No, I haven't been affected by the Sahara dust, but I know a lot of people who is suffering from cough and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is so difficult at this time where cough and sneezing is part of something else, another disease that is spreading around. Well, not a disease, but another affliction that is far more dangerous around the region. And it has presented many problems for health authorities all over the Caribbean, not just here in Trinidad and Tobago. That's why it's been so critical that and praise is worthy of the Cricket West Indies. Came off the foot of the silver there. That was going down the leg side, and his left foot to making the stop. Not sure if it passed between the batsman and the stumps. He didn't seem to know where that one went.
With 18 wickets going on the second day video, what would have contributed to that amount of wickets going on in one day in 3 sessions?
Down the leg side again. And of course, with the... It certainly wasn't the Sahara dust. We can't blame it on the Sahara dust this time. And... we can't blame it on the Sahara dust, but certainly it was a very interesting situation. We had that the blackout yesterday, and certainly TNT did pull the plug on the Windward Islands innings yesterday, as somebody in a larger sense pulled the plug on the electricity all over TNT. Yeah, Windwards bowled out for 98 yesterday. They're just marginally better, 114 for 6 this time round, and largely due to Smith's innings here, and also that 33 from Lewis, who batted very well, very sensibly he batted. Alec Athanaze out for 5, his first single-digit score of the year. Nicely played once again. And that'll bring an end to the over. At the end of it, 114 for 6, and Smith on 28. And the Windward Islands still trail by 115 runs, so they have to wipe that out just to force TNT to bat a second time in this game. So a lot of work still to be done here, and in terms of time, this is only the 3rd day, so there's still a session to go after this one. So 4 sessions and a half, really, you have to say. So it's a long way this game has to go, and Windward Islands staring down the barrel of a heavy defeat here.
It's an uphill battle for the Windward Islands Volcanoes from here on to save this game by an innings, more so to have Trinidad and Tobago insert a second time.
And just going back to your question about the 18 wickets falling yesterday. Hines, that's a good delivery from Hines. Yeah, and somebody in the Trinidad camp screams beauty. Certainly was outside the off stump, and they would have been screaming that a lot yesterday when those wickets fell. 5 for TNT, and they bowled out the Windwards for 98. And Hines was not able to get into the wicket column, but some fine fast bowling by the two youngsters. 4 wickets for Phillip and 3 for Seals. And yesterday, and they also have carried on well here today. And we were talking a little bit about off the air about the fine bowling partnerships for Trinidad and Tobago. Certainly we haven't seen an opening partnership like this one in terms of Phillip and Seals. I think there was a suggestion, and here is Hines. Oh, that's the delivery. Look at that. Maybe the batsman played inside the line, but it was a good delivery, testing one.
On this occasion, I would give him the benefit of the doubt that he intended to leave the ball.
I'm sure he feels a lot better now. I know. Outside the off stump. And so about those bowling partnerships, one of our cricket badgers in the commentary booth was saying that perhaps the best opening bowling partnership for TNT would have been Bishop and Gray. Ian Bishop and Gray didn't see that combination often because one or both of them had some duty at the West Indies level, but those were 2 fine fast bowlers, weren't they?
Really fine fast bowlers in Tony Gray and Ian Bishop. Unfortunately for Ian Bishop, his career was curtailed by that stress fracture.
Yeah, that certainly so. And Tony Gray, of course, never really getting the eye of the West Indies selectors as perhaps he should have done. His record after 5 test matches would have suggested that he should have played a bit more. But the embarrassment of riches for the West Indies in terms of the fast bowling department at that time would have curtailed many careers at that time.
Yeah, not much players would have gotten the opportunity during the heyday of West Indies cricket. So a lot of players, even though they were up to the standard, they weren't able to get into that playing 11.
One of the young cricketers just doing some training outside. Just saw a shot of him there. There are some wonderful nets here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and the players do get the opportunity to train alongside the big guns.
Yeah, it's the youngster Liam Mamson doing some bowling at the outdoor nets.
Is he from Ireland? Liam, that's an interesting name. And his brother's Aiden, isn't it?
Yes.
2 young Irish players? Or maybe their parents love these Irish names, who knows?
You'll need to investigate that, Vinod.
Well, he is suggesting Mac Mamchan, but that's not his name. It's Liam Mamchan. 114 for 6 is the score here. End of the over, 114 for 6. Smith stays battling on 28. John is on 11. And a maiden over by Terence Hines. And he has bowled some wicket-taking deliveries in this one, but they've been well kept out of the batsman. He's threatened the batsman in this short spell here, Hines. Now, the conditions are a bit difficult once again, and the smoke has started to float across the ground. As you might be seeing there, you might just pick up the traces of the clouds of smoke, the plumes of smoke, let me say it correctly, coming across the ground. And perhaps with the heat index also going up, you would want to see the fast bowlers bowl some shorter spells here.
Skipper Khan will want to be using his fast bowlers in short bursts, possibly 3 or 4 overs, and just ask them to bowl as quickly as they can and give them a rest.
Certainly has seemed that what he has been doing, he's been using the spinners in those bursts, or rather the fast bowlers in bursts around the longer spells of the spinners at one end, and the spinners are giving a sort of a containing role. Brian Charles earlier, and now skipper Imran Khan himself doing that role of just tying down one end. Oh, he's come down the track, he's beaten him in the flight there, and luckily came off the pad and away from the keeper.
Yeah, it's the leg spinner from Khan on this occasion, beaten in the flight. He was all over the shop. He was like doing ballet going on the wicket on this occasion.
Not sure if Rudolf Nureyev, the famous ballet dancer, would have agreed with that assessment, but there were some elements of it being balletic in there. I agree. Oh, he struck him on the pad. This could be very close here. It is turned down by the umpire. And the umpire says it is not out. Howls of complaints around the oval. And that is very close. Umpire Danish Ramdani there turning it down. And Khan is not very happy here. I'd love to see that replay. The man with number 100 on his back thought he had his man there.
Very close call on this occasion. And the replay will definitely confirm our suspicion.
Well, it could. Let's see how it is.
So it's going to be Khan from the southern end. And struck in line with the wicket.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to see that there. The keeper is obscuring the view a little bit. And yeah, it's a bit inconclusive. Possibly sliding down the leg side. That's if. But now remember, he's turning the ball across the batsman. So if it is the one that goes straight on, possibly going down the leg side. But it's very, very, very close there indeed. Good shot by Khan. And at the end of the over, perhaps a bit lucky Smiths to still be there. Windward Islands Volcanoes are 115 for 5.
How has the quick turnaround affected the performance of this Windward Islands Volcanoes team?
And there is one of the emergency fieldsmen just, and Jed Gooley, another one of those who was left out of the Trinidad and Tobago team. And as he's walking there, you might see the smoke just coming past him. It just is coming in gusts. It's a massive bushfire that is taking place along the link road here in the Taruba area. And that certainly has made things very uncomfortable. At one point yesterday, the umpires actually had, just you're getting a good view of it there, the plumes of smoke going across. And at one point yesterday, the umpires did talk about this. May have been a suggestion of taking the players off because it was terrible at one time. Cuts to that one, and that will run away for 4. Into that vacant area between slip and gully. Even if there were a 4th slip in place, that would have taken some catching. He flashed hard and it went high over the slips for 4.
And as they say, if you're gonna flash, you're gonna flash really hard. And if a catch is gonna be taken, it's gonna take a great effort.
Yeah, that would you would also have to be 10 feet high, I would suspect, to take that one, because it was really traveling fast. And you've seen a few great slip catches in your day. I'm sure in West Indies cricket, who would you have estimated would have been one of the top ones?
So Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards.
Yeah, certainly he was pretty well. He was a hard target to miss. He was a big guy, safe pair of hands, wonderful reflexes. The West Indies have produced so many amazing players over the years, not just in terms of bowling and batting, but the outfielding outstanding. Edged and dropped. Straight to first slip, and he just parried it around, pushed it around the corner that time, and another catch goes down. Quite a few have gone down here for Trinidad and Tobago, and it is the skipper who's put that one down, maybe slightly to his right, unable to hold on.
Maybe feeling the discomfort of that hammy injury that didn't allow him to really stretch to the extent to get to the ball.
Well, it is the left leg that he suffered the injury, so he's pushing off with the right one. So, but we will give him that pass there for that one. But really should have been taken by Imran Khan. Good delivery by Hines. Nice testing delivery. And in slip, he's still rehearsing catching it. It just went a little bit to his right. And those hamstring injuries do make it very difficult to move. One remembers, if you look carefully back at the 2008 World Cup, France scored 4 goals against Croatia in that match. All 4 goals were to the right of the goalkeeper, within about 3 or 4 feet, and it was to a goalkeeper who had a hamstring injury, right leg. So it does tell you something.
It does hamper their movement.
That France were lucky. Yeah, it does hamper your movement. I take your point there. And certainly it may have hampered Can. He's still rehearsing trying to catch the ball. It was to his right, but it was clearly his catch. It wasn't between first and second slip. Should have taken that. Should have been a first wicket here for Hines.
Yeah, and Hines continues to bowl impressively during the spell. Just keeping it simple, and on most occasions testing the techniques of these players.
Smith just steps away for a moment. Seems to be okay after getting the inhaler. Smoke a little bit less right now for him. Sure, he would appreciate that. He's batted well here, the former central sportsman here in TNT. Nathan Stewart, who will be coming on in just a little bit with Visham. He played alongside him. Real battler he is, and we're seeing signs of that here. And that's the kind of fight you need at this point.
And what is more impressive about this vigil from Smith, he has been injured with his leg, and he's showing that grit and determination and fight that every coach, will want his entire team to emulate.
Flicked in the air and away from the fielder for 4. That is Smith. That's what he loves. And that one, he put it away very well. Foolish delivery from Terence Hines. There's a fielder set out there at mid-wicket, perhaps for a shot like that. But he placed it well between the 2 fielders on the leg side. Picks up a boundary, 125 for 6.
So Terence Hines on this occasion attacking the stumps. But Smith was equal to the task on driving that ball to that long on position.
So Terence Hines ends his over. Lower order batsman who has a first-class 100 to his credit, but not much in the way of wickets. Just the 8 wickets, and his average 55.75. Certainly you'd want to improve on that. He does tend to be economical, but just doesn't possess as yet, hasn't quite worked out as yet how to take these wickets. His strike rate also, which tells a picture, is 117 balls per wicket.
And I must say that Terence Hines is very new to first-class cricket, so it will take a bit of time for him to really hone his skills when it comes to first-class cricket and understanding how to take wickets.
And on the other hand is Imran Khan, who has a strike rate of 45.2. That's absolutely brilliant. Imran Khan, wonderful servant for TNT. 107 first-class matches now. That's going to be a nice shimmy down the track and picks up a single. In case you're wondering why he has that 100, if you're just joining the commentary, he has played his 100th match for Trinidad and Tobago. Got a nice award from the cricket board before the start of the first day. And also the Mayor of Chaguanas here in Trinidad, Faik Mohammed, did present him with that nice little shirt that he's wearing. Kept a little bit low again. Sorry about that. And he's kept it out. That's why the 100 is on his back.
Yes, and a really nice ceremony to show appreciation for his 100th cap from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board.
And so on certainly hurried him up there, and Smith was very lucky to survive against Khan in that previous over, and he continues to battle along here. Small man in stature, but he's huge in terms of what he's done here. He's put some fight into this Windward Islands batting lineup. They just crumbled yesterday for 98. 97 in fact. Just cut away this time straight to the player out at extra cover, and there's no run. So Smith stays. He continues to do his warm-up. He will certainly want to get a 50 here. 126 for 6.
He will not only want to get a 50, but he will want to continue for the entire rest of the day if he's allowed to.
He certainly would. We hoped we could do the same, but we're not allowed to, because it's Visham Lalman who's tapping me on the shoulder, and he's going to be coming in with Nathan Stewart at this time.
Yeah, well, thank you for that there, Vidya and Anil. 126 for 6, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Dennis Smith is still going. Welcome back, Nathan.
Pleasant afternoon to you, Visham. The rearguard action continues here by these Windward Islands batsmen. John has looked to take on the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers since his arrival at the crease.
Yeah, he's certainly done that. Here's Terence Hines looking to deny him, and this time a short and wide delivery. A good stop there by Imran Khan, though, at backward point. Isaiah Raja, sorry. Imran Khan is at first slip where he put down Dennis Smith in the last Terence Hines over.
Nice to see a bit of stroke play here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. You know, they've been absorbing a lot of pressure so far, and they've been quick to pounce on anything that's been served up fractionally looking like a bad ball.
Yeah, definitely so. Dennis Smith just settling himself again.
Terence Hines is working up a head of steam here, Visham.
Yeah, you'd have felt a bit disappointed after that catch was put down. Again, that's a rising delivery on Dennis Smith. He would have been better off defending it, or getting back and across, getting behind it.
Or better off leaving it alone.
Yeah.
Also something that we would have picked up back in my playing days at Presal. Keith Atherton would say, if the ball is not going to hit your stumps, either you attack it or you leave it alone. No point in defending it. Defending it, you would bring those guys at first slip, second slip behind the wicket into play.
Yeah, Smith was just hanging his bat out there. Here's Hines again. This time a delivery on the line of the stumps. Tight defense there from Dennis Smith. And we've seen that from him for the entirety of his innings.
I think there's a little battle that's been going on here between Smith and Terence Hines. They are going after each other. For the viewing public, you know, guys sitting back at home, it's nice to see. You don't want to just be seeing bowlers running in, just hitting lengths, batsmen playing defensive shot. You know, with the advent of T20 cricket and stuff like that, the sport has become more attractive, and it's battle between runs and wickets.
Yeah, at the moment Terence Hines looking to get his first wicket. And delivery just pitching and moving away. You can see Dennis Smith, he seems to be getting a mouthful from Keegan Simmons and Jason Mohammed as well.
Yeah, definitely there's a bit of gamesmanship taking place on the field, and it's a bit tasty, it's a bit spicy. It's nice for us here sitting up in the comm box, seeing what is happening out there. I myself would have been out there a couple seasons ago and know what it's like to be in that sort of fiery lineup. You know, Smith is taking on the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, and Smith and Terence Hines is dishing it out as well.
This time a delivery that's Getting on to Dennis Smith very quickly, that must have been a real humbling experience, Niven, playing first class cricket.
Humbling, yeah, 100%. It's always nice to represent your country. Coming from Tobago, quite a handful of us would have achieved that feat. Been nice, to have that opportunity. I've never felt like if I was not belong there. The guys, senior guys, always made me feel a part of the setup, and I enjoyed my time representing my country.
This time worked away nicely there by Smith, finding Salazano. Terence Hines is down. That completes the over. 127 for 6. The few fans who are here as well at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy seem to be getting in the game as well. The few Trinidad and Tobago fans did want to see Trinidad and Tobago get these 4 wickets very early. And looking at the bowling card for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Anderson Phillip 3 for 31, Brian Charles 1 for 28, and Jaden Seals and Imran Khan 1 apiece as well. And the other bowlers, Jason Mohammed and Terence Hines. Hines has bowled 6, yet to pick up a wicket, just conceding some 13 runs. Imran Khan, he's operating from the southern end. The captain looking to prize out a wicket here again. Can he do it as the smoke just blows across the ground? This time swept away there by John, who's looked good. He's looked to take the attack to the bowlers. John, a man with 93 first-class runs in 4 games. Ryan John.
Former West Indies under 19 players, John, isn't he? I think he would have represented the West Indies a couple of World Cups ago at under 19 level.
Yeah, definitely so.
Like I said initially, Vishal, I'm very impressed by the approach of the Windward Islands players. They have been soaking up a lot of pressure, and whenever the opportunity presents itself to score, they have taken it.
I'm leaving outside the off stump. Something we've grown to see in the recent past in West Indies cricket. Well, the Windward Islands, they still trail by 100 runs, 129 for 6, and yeah, something we've grown to see in the recent past West Indies cricket. They've been coming down to the lower order batsmen on a number of occasions, really trying to save matches for the West Indies team. We're seeing that for the Windward Islands Volcanoes here now.
I think we as fast bowlers, we are low order batsmen. We pride ourselves in our batting. Loud appeal there. It's giving him.
Well, a delayed decision there from umpire Danish Ramdani. And we saw an appeal in a previous couple overs from Imran Khan. It was not given. This time umpire Danish Ramdani raises that dreaded finger. And Ryan John, you're just speaking about how good he was. He has to depart for 15. 15 of 29 deliveries. Leg before to Imran Khan. Imran Shaki Khan, the skipper, he strikes for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Windward Island Volcanoes, 129 for 7. As we see Prakash and the entire crew comes out with the water. We'll take a short break and have some water ourselves. We'll be right back. Well, here's the replay of that wicket. Straightish delivery from Imran Khan there. I think Nevin, from what we could see, and Joshua Silva is blocking our view, but just maybe hitting him outside the off stump. Maybe.
100%. I would have agreed with you. That was the first thing that came to my mind. That the ball would have been, the batsman would have been struck just outside the line. Umpire took his time, made his decision.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll take a short break and be right back. Well, we are back after the drinks break. That was fueled also by the fall of the 7th wicket for the Windward Island Volcanoes. The mean 45 overs have been bowled, 129 for 7. The Windward Island Volcanoes. Imran Khan picking up that wicket of Ryan John. Some would say it's an unfortunate dismissal there for Ryan John. A struck just outside the off stump. The umpire raising that finger. He was on 15. He was looking good, Nathan.
Yeah, I was very impressed with his approach. When a guy edge a ball through the slips or get a French cut, we like to say it's a fortuitous boundary. But I think that was that type of wicket. I think was the prolonged appeal by the Trinidad and Tobago red force bowlers. The umpire caved in under the pressure.
Yeah.
Some things like these you don't want to see happening. Not being too critical of the umpiring standards, to be honest, but in the context of the game, it was a tough decision.
Yeah, and in comes Jaden Seals now into the attack. He's going to be replacing Terrence Hines. Young Jaden Seals. He's bowled 9 overs for 23 runs. Picked up 1 wicket. He's assisted Anderson Phillip at the top very well. Here he is. Shortish delivery down the leg side though. Stifled appeal from the slip fielders. Dennis Smith, batsman, just falling around him. He had some good partners in Sherman Lewis and Ryan John.
We'd just like to see one of those explosive, expressive spell from young Seals. See if he can blow the tail away, be aggressive, express himself. West Indies selector Ramnar Sawan would be looking. You want to give him something to think about moving into the England series. Just like to see some heat here. Just like to see him rip a few poles out, rip a few helmets out. Give us something to get excited about up here.
This time climbing delivery there. Dropping his hands there, Dennis Smith. Yeah, I'd like to see him attack the body, chest of Dennis Smith, and maybe employ a short leg even. And get some real action here this afternoon. For 3 wickets again to be picked up by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force if they are to win this game.
I think the Red Force bowlers have missed a trick here. They have been very shy at bowling that body line at Smith. Whenever the ball has been in his body line, he seemed a bit tentative. He's been hit about the body, albeit 3 times. A rip snorter there from Sills. That's what I'm speaking about. I like to see some energy in this spell. Get through his action, hit the wicket hard. 3 wickets to go. That should be the ploy here, to just run in, be aggressive, try to break the wicket, try to break the stumps, try to break the helmet.
Yeah, given the position that you are in, why not be confident and continue to be aggressive and pick up those wickets, those remaining wickets. But that the last delivery though was an excellent one, but it was well played by Dennis Smith. Just outside the off stump. Smith happy to leave it alone.
Yeah, I've been very, very impressed with young Seals. Very rhythmic.
Just have a look at that delivery from Seals to Smith.
Well played, well played, well bowled, well played.
He's just dropping his hands. Good cricket on show there from both Smith and Jaden Seals.
Young Seals is one of the hottest prospects going around world cricket for today. I just think he's a little bit shy. Needs to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more expressive.
This one peels off the offside edge, past that gully fielder and runs into the 3rd man fence for 4. So Smith, he moves into the 40s, he's into 43.
Played very late, nice soft hands. Came off the outside edge but very well controlled. If you look around world cricket for today, guys like Joe Root and Steve Smith, Manas Labuschagne and these guys, they got a lot of runs in that vacant area. Some call it lucky, some call it fortuitous. For all batsmen, they are welcome runs.
Yeah, they tend to play very late. And That's been the key to some of the runs in that region. That time there, Dennis Smith playing late with soft hands as well, not allowing that to carry to the slip fielder.
Again, this is one of the things we speak about. You bring back a young quick, you ask him to run in, you give him 2 slips, couple balls, edge and goes through to the boundary. Now we're going to apply the 3rd slip. Why wasn't that done previously?
And being reactive rather than being proactive. You want to be proactive. So you had the captain Imran Khan. This time a bit too wide there from Jaden Seals. That completes the over. 1-3-3 for 7. It's going to be Imran Khan again. Looking at the match summary, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, of course. They were sent in by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 326 all out in the first innings. Josh Da Silva top scoring with 73. Yannick Carrier 72. Jeremy Solizano as well 66. Sherman Lewis though, he did well for the Windward Island Volcanoes, 5 for 43. In response, Windward Island Volcanoes, they were dismissed for 97. Alec Attorney is top scored with 33. Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals really doing some damage early on, 4 for 32 and 3 for 30. At the moment, the Windward Island Volcanoes is still trailed by 96. They are 133 for 7. Dennis Smith, the lone man out there doing some work. He's on 43 not out. He was well assisted though by Sherman Lewis earlier, who made 31. Imran Khan continuing there from the southern end. Bowling to Larry Edward. Larry Edward, 141 runs in 16 first-class matches. More known for his left-arm orthodox bowling. Was the birthday boy yesterday, Larry Edward.
What is very impressive about all these Windward Islands batters, they have a nice setup, very uncomplicated approach. I think it's whenever they are trying to get too expansive, they create an opportunity for the Red Force.
Yeah, at times you ask yourself, why get so expansive when you are playing neatly and very confidently in the manner you know best?
I think it's a cultural thing. It's a very instinctive thing. Guys want to play shots. They want to play shotter ball.
And he's given this time. So Larry Edward, he looks very disappointed there. Wow. Larry Edward just looking to punch a ball through the offside. And well, he's been given, he's caught behind. A stifled appeal by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. A very late appeal as well by the bowler Imran Khan. Larry Edward, he has to depart without scoring. Let's look at that again. Well, we look at it shortly. Larry Edward, there he is, walking off very disappointed. 6 deliveries he's faced. Did not score a run. He was caught behind by Josh Da Silva. 133 for 8. Let's have a look at the replay. Here it is. We won't be able to tell, but from where we are, a googly from Imran Khan, and well, Gary Pear very delayed. He was not even appealing there, Gary Pear, the slip fielder. It was all Josh Da Silva and Keegan Simmons. Well, the umpire, he's in the best position to make the decision, and he has adjudged Larry Edward out. But in comes Kenneth Demba. 133 for 8.
Kenneth Demba, good all-round player. Also plays his trade for Middlesex Cricket Club out there in New York. Played a few matches with and against him. Brilliant off spinner, and he's no slouch with the bar.
So he fancies himself against Imran Khan, whose tail must be up. I'm really happy to see Imran Khan bowling though after sustaining an injury in the first innings. That completes a wicket taking over for Imran Khan. 47 bowled, 133 for 8. Dennis Smith, he's still there on 43. Khan has impressive figures of 3 for 15. In the first innings, he had 2 wickets for 3 runs.
Nice to see Dennis Smith occupying the crease for 111 balls. Runs at this stage doesn't really matter. I think when we all showed up here this morning, we were thinking it's going to be a early day for us here. It's nice to see cricket still being played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Smith looking to take on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers as he's running out of partners. But like I said, Demba is a very good low order player.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for Jaden Seals to finish things off for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. His delivery coming back into Dennis Smith.
That's the line I've been speaking about, Fish. But at the end of the day, he cannot pursue that line because he doesn't have the support. There's no fine leg, there's no square leg, there's no backward square. You have a senior West Indies fast bowler charging in, trying to mop up the tail. Should be given that leverage, given that support in terms of field placing, where he can run in and express himself. A few quick short deliveries and try to push him on the back foot and then try to castle him.
Yeah, that would only give him confidence as well. Let's see, Jaden Seals. A straightish delivery. Gets the bat down in time there, Dennis Smith. When you look at the Windward Island Volcanoes, though, they're still Preston McSween to come. Man who struck 86 from 103 deliveries in his last innings with the bat.
I think the Windward Islands Volcanoes are setting it up nicely again here for the Preston McSween show. So if you guys reckon that it'll be all over today, maybe we'll be back here tomorrow around this time again commenting, if he gets off.
Well, Nathan, we'll have to wait and see about that.
You know what they say about history? It repeats itself. So let's see.
A single there to Dennis Smith. We're nicely on the offside. Good fielding, though. Must say that the fielding of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, despite those drop catches we saw earlier, it has been improved from the last game. We saw 11 drop catches go down in the first game. So some improvement from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, nice to see the guys throwing themselves around. Full commitment, you're representing your country. You're playing at first class level, you're trying to impress the West Indies selectors.
Edged and dropping just short of that third slip fielder. Yeah, that one there. This time, just looking to drive that one there, then, but through the offside. What he did, he made an initial movement across. And he was looking to drive that one through the offside, just peeling out of the outside half of the bat.
I think he released his bottom hand when he realized he was beaten. Again, showing a little bit of batsmanship. Like I said, he's a very well-organized low-order player. So he knows a thing or two about batting, occupying the crease. But young Seals, who is the West Indies prospect, poses a new challenge for him here. Different level of challenge for him. Well bowled. That is a length that has brought Anderson Phillip a lot of wickets, a lot of success. That fuller length, like I said, you know, guys set up themselves to play that hard length delivery. And most of the time they get stuck in the crease when that ball is of a fuller length. Surprisingly, that Phillips has not been brought back into the attack in tandem with Seals to try to clean up the tail. But that is the sort of length and that is the sort of challenge that Seals should be consistently pursuing. especially at these low order batsmen.
Not seeing Anderson Phillip on the field, so there may be something that's a bit wrong with Anderson Phillip. Want to hope that he's okay. I think he would have been back into the attack already. That completes the 48 over. 134 for 8, the Windward Island Volcanoes.
I've been accused for not taking any wickets while I'm on commentary.
Well, you took a few. Bowling some good leg spinners there, Nathan.
I mean, it's nice to see, regional cricket occupation of the crease. Ideally, you like the game to be over, but I'm enjoying seeing this battle here. It's been nice and feisty. The game has been played in good spirits. When Smith has been struck, it's nice to see the Red Force players around him, ensuring that he's okay.
This time downtown goes Dennis Smith, and that will go into the boundary for 4. So taking the attack to Imran Khan here is Dennis Smith. He moves on to 48, just too shy of his half century.
Mature cricket shot. This is the Dennis Smith that I have known. This is the Dennis Smith that I would have played with for a season or two back at Central Sports. Very adept to playing spin, plays the sweep shot well. He's absorbed a lot of pressure from the Red Force bowlers. Ball that has been over pitched a little bit, feels slightly in, attacking feel, and he took the aerial route. Played a fantastic looking shot. There you could see he's in a bit of banter there with Carripe at slip.
This time guiding that one there nicely, but in the way there was Jason Mohammed. Well, some action out there, Nathan.
Yeah, I sensed it. I see it's brewing. I thought it was Carrie, but it's Jason that is giving him a mouthful. I'm backing Smithy here, to be honest. He's in on a flat wicket. I think we could see a few shots here.
Quick single taken there. Good backing up by Kenneth Demba.
Nice rotation of strike as well.
Yeah, that's what you want to see.
Very
out
sensible. Could have played the big shot. Got sucked into a bit of chatter there, but very level-headed guy is Dennis Smith.
You can hear the cries of the coach Shirley Clark, telling him to stay focused. He has been there for a while, and the chatter have been coming quite a lot, and he has really stood out, Dennis Smith.
I mean, Vish, he has been hit about the body, and he's been unfazed. Do you think a little bit of chat will get to him?
He's faced a lot of fire out there. That completes the over. 139 for 8. We'll now make way for Vidya Ramphal and Anil Lakan.
Good evening, Sir Vidya. Sir Anil.
Well, thank you very much, Nevin. It's nice to get a knighthood so early in the afternoon. The only Savidya I know is Savidya Naipaul, of course. But who knows? One might be on the way. If I get a call from the Queen, I'll be very thankful with your recommendation. I'm sure I'll get it. Good afternoon to everyone once again. And we might be presiding over the final rights of this game here, despite the fine efforts of Dennis Smith, who's on 49 of 118 deliveries. Demba has not done much with the bat in this tournament already. So Smith is fighting a losing battle here, and he's facing up to one of the best fast bowlers in the Caribbean. And that's going to be his 50. It is a battling innings here for Dennis Smith. 50 coming up, 119 deliveries. And we've seen glimpses of his batting in the previous innings, but now it's come to fruition here. 50 of 119, but still a lot of work to do for him to do if the Windward Islands at least to get Trinidad and Tobago to bat again. Hello, Anil. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Vinod. A video, sorry. My apology. But very impressive half century from Dennis Smith on this occasion. Really fighting a lone hand where this innings is concerned.
And I'm told it's the first half century that TNT have conceded for the season, which says a lot here about the way that TNT have gone about their business. Oh, that's almost gone to the fielder, not far away from the fielder who is coming in, Kirsten Kalicharan, who is fielding at that short mid-wicket position. And the youngster with a big smile on his face, it would have been a bit broader had it gone maybe 4 feet down the line. He would have taken that easily.
And it has been a very impressive bowling performance from the Trinidad and Tobago Redford fast bowlers in Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip. They have been the destroyer, if I may say so, on many occasions for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And there is a wicket only for Seals. 3 wickets for Can also in this innings. That's outside the off stump. He just shimmied down the track there. Demba didn't see too much of that. Of course, Seals is playing only his second match for Trinidad and Tobago. While he has played first-class matches before, he did make his debut for TNT at first-class level, that is, in the last game. There was a nice picture of him receiving his cap from Kelvin Williams, the former Trinidad and Tobago coach and player, of course. And Kelvin had some kind words for him. You don't hear too many words from Kelvin because he's one of those strong, silent type ones. But it certainly did put a smile on the face of young Jaden Seals.
And the spinners have really backed up the fast bowlers as well, impressively. Brian Charles and Skipper Khan.
Yeah, Khan, 3 wickets as we mentioned. Charles also accounted for the wicket of Kotoy in this innings. And Seals is the man continuing. I'm told that his dad also played some cricket, a pretty good player for Wanderers here in Trinidad, and would have played alongside Marlon Black, from what I'm told, the former West Indies fast bowler Neil Seals. And he was here, I'm sure he is here, watching his son play cricket today. A run this time. And so TNT applying the pressure here with the fielding, and it's a great moment for a father to see his son out there performing for his country. And I mean, it's unusual that he would have seen his son play for the West Indies before playing for TNT at first class level.
It must be a very proud moment for his dad, Neil Seals, having the opportunity to look at his son really goes about his business.
Of course, it's quite a cricketing family. Jelani Seals, who also has been in and around the TNT setup, a cousin of Jaden.
Yeah.
On the leg side. That's why you shouldn't be praising cricketers. That the sort of things happen. Over comes to an end. 144-8. The 50th over faced by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Windward Islands, just to remind you, losing to Ghana by 1 wicket in their last game, a game that finished on Saturday last, very late. The game going up past the 5:30 mark on 3 days. So certainly it would have been in their legs, and that could have accounted for their dramatic collapse in that second innings. And also not a great showing in this one, but take nothing away from TNT. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have been very good in this game also.
The TNT Red Force team collectively have ticked all the boxes. In the first session on the first day of video, the batting lineup was under severe amount of pressure from Sherman Lewis and Preston McSween, but they'd weathered that storm during those difficult moments, and they really propelled themselves to that mammoth score of 326.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a very good day for the Windward Islands yesterday, with the bat out for 97, and then having to face getting back to the hotel yesterday, no water, no electricity, and they did not get into their beds well after 11 last night. This one's driven away. That's going to be a couple of runs here for Smith, and that is 2 more. Kalicharan, who's on the field for the big fast bowler Anderson Phillip, does the fielding. Yeah, so they got back to the hotel and nothing in the way of water because also the running water for many communities around TNT affected by the blackout yesterday. And still a lot of questions about what exactly happened. And that's tugged away. That is a good shot. That will go to the boundary for 4. And Smith continues to do his lone battle here against the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. Certainly not affected by the conditions yesterday. He's actually blossomed today.
He has definitely blossomed from strength to strength. This innings has been a really mature innings from Dennis Smith. And I'm sure it's going to do his world of confidence going further in his career.
So he just looks around. He sees the man in front of him at short leg, who's been staring down at him for quite a while. The backward square leg has just gone a little bit wider. One of those subtle variations. As
And even
continues here. Sorry, Anil, go ahead.
And even at this stage, the writing is on the wall for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. You know, he has never once looked like giving his wicket away.
Yeah, he certainly was in the wars earlier. He got struck 3 times in quick succession on that thigh area, unprotected thigh area. And he was down for the count at one point. Seems to have shrugged that off very well and has brought up a 50 here. You never play perfectly fit at this level anyway. Always a little niggle somewhere around the other, an old injury showing up. But players learn to deal with it, and I'm sure it's not for the first time in his career that Dennis Smith has played under adverse conditions such as that.
But he has played the situation really well, playing to his strengths and reserving himself when balls challenge him. He's equal to the task in defense.
Well, across in Barbados, Craig Braffett has now gone on to 215 not out. What an innings from Craig Braffett. And 336 deliveries. With him is Carter on 68, Barbados 412 for 3. And they have gone ahead of Jamaica here for the moment. And that one might be heading towards a draw there, but we've seen anything can happen in this wonderful game of cricket. In terms of what is happening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, is now switched himself over to the northern end. And he's hunting for wicket number 4 in this innings. Joshua De Silva just doing a little running repairs there. Getting the inners on at the moment, Joshua De Silva. Some keepers like to have that second pair of inners. Some like to have it soaked. Remember from the days of the likes of Godfrey Evans or so, there was one keeper who liked a little bit of steak in there to soften the blow. Of course, you didn't get that kind of protection you get from the gloves now.
But what is important for a wicketkeeper is for that person to be comfortable when wearing the apparel.
Yeah, of course, that's primary. Yeah, you certainly want to be comfortable, and the gloves, of course, the pads in place, and nicely paddled around. He will get 1. Kali Charan is out there, and there's a young player for TNT who will be looking to get an opportunity sometime this season, and he hasn't made his first-class debut. Hasn't quite been able to get into this Trinidad and Tobago side. Has made runs in the trials.
He has been very impressive in the trial games thus far. Video.
Well, he's now coming in from off the boundary to find that position. Demba is just going to play defensive here. He's holding out, trying to build his innings. He hasn't done a lot with the bat here. And as we're heading towards what could be the conclusion of this match, of course, all of the considerations This is a point system. It's a 5-round system, and all those little points can add up to bigger things, especially those bowling points for the fast bowlers. And you were looking at that off the air, those 0.2 of a point you get per wicket. TNT have racked up quite a few in this match, points through their fast bowlers.
They have racked up quite a few, and they have also attained 3 batting points while gaining those fast bowling points. And that could be an important aspect of who wins the championship at the end of the 5th round.
And of course, Trinidad and Tobago has not won this regional title since 2005. So it's quite a gap when you consider the embarrassment of riches of talent in this Trinidad and Tobago team over the last 17 years. It's surprising TNT have not been able to win the first-class title during that period.
But in the year 2020, they ran second to the eventual winners, Barbados. And because it was a truncated season, you'd never know if it had played out, if we could have been victorious in 2020.
Well, it could have been TNT getting closer, because Barbados were comfortably ahead in that, maybe about 34 points or so at that point. So I think they were deservedly the winners. But you never know in this funny old game. As the over comes to an end here, 148 for 8. Who knows? We might be in for a surprise here. There could be a significant partnership between these two. TNT may have to bat again. Of course, they'll want to prevent that and take these last 2 wickets. 148 for 8.
What message would Dennis Smith be echoing into the air of Denver? It has to be to continue to fight for as long as possible and take the positives from this game going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, it is a situation where the pressure in some ways is off these two batsmen, because they are it looks like they are crashing to a defeat here. So it's an opportunity for Smith to get a good knock in, perhaps remind the selectors in 2 months' time that his name should be on that team sheet for their 3rd match. And the 3 remaining rounds will be played, of course, in March. And still a lot of time, in May, in fact. I'm saying March. May. And still a lot of time before that happens.
So after this round of game, a lot of focus is going to be on that England-West Indies Test Series, which is a 3-match series. The first game is going to be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The second is going to be playing at the Mecca of Cricket, Kensington Oval.
Well, if you're Barbadian, yes. Certainly would be called that. In fact, I remember our colleague from the Under-19 World Cup saying that several times. There were a few curious looks from the Trinidadians in the box.
And the final test to be played in St. George's at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada.
Yeah, of course, the wonderful Kensington Oval in Barbados. One of the best stadiums in the world, certainly one of the best to watch cricket in the world.
Very scenic.
Yes, it certainly is.
And had the reputation of being one of the quickest surfaces going around in international cricket at one time.
Yeah, it certainly does. And it was seen as a fortress pretty much for the West Indies during that period of dominance. That one's gone past Khan. He was not going to get anywhere close to that with that hamstring injury that he's carrying. Meantime, the batsman will cross for 2. So Denver finally off the mark, and it's taken him 22 deliveries to get off the mark. Kenneth Denver, that's a measure of how difficult it is. Over comes to an end. No, 151 for 8. So it's going to be Khan to continue. And Imran Khan, just remember he has 3 wickets already in this match. And it's been a great performance from him because he's had that injury. hasn't been able to bat fluently, still came back out to bat and is bowling now. Not sure. Whoever the physio is, he's going to have to get a lot of kudos for getting Khan back out there.
And Khan has shown that responsibility, even though he might be challenged by that hamstring injury. He's come out and given his all, leading by example.
Swept that around. The fielder's coming around. It's just one bounce to him. In fact, before the ball was bowled, Imran Khan was calling in the fielder, and I'm not sure if he actually got to the position where Imran Khan would have wanted him to get to. And however, the ball just lands short of him on that occasion. He was not fully out to the boundary. He was not in where I think Khan wanted him. So he was just in the nether regions, basically. And the chance went a-begging.
As we say, in no man's land over there.
Yeah, certainly he was in no man's land. A little bit of a hold-up here. And the keeper, the umpire is just stepping away. Lyndon Rajkumar just holding up play for a moment here. I'm not sure what it is. But Khan actually just bowled one delivery. It was swept away. And then there is something going on. Nothing untowards. The umpires are just talking for a moment. It might be a little bit of an injury because the physio is on right now. Is he on to tend to Imran Khan here? We're still 20 minutes away from tea, so that is not tea. Well, he's tending to, is that Keegan Simmons? Yes, that's the man he's tending to. Now remember, Simmons did get a blow to the body while fielding close in earlier, so I'm wondering if there's possibly a delayed effect here. Well, he's smiling, so he seems to be all right, but maybe just a little bit of a concern about him. And the others are having a whale of a time, apparently, around him. Chet Gully is on there.
He's seen the funny side of it.
Yeah. Take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning, he's possibly saying. So the 2 fast bowlers, Seals and Phillip, have left the field for the moment. And Gully is just having a little talk there with the physio and also with Keegan Simmons. Brian Charles is also an interested party. Well, everything seems to be all right. Not sure why they've decided to make the break here, but the physio, yes, he's doing the concussion check here. He did get a blow to the body, so they're just making sure that he's all right. I think the physio said he should be okay to continue. Just wants a little water too. A little smile on the face of the physio, so I think he's going to be okay. He's just reported that to the captain. It's all relaxed out there, isn't it? 2 wickets to go for Trinidad and Tobago. And a mini break here always does test the patience of the batsman. But perhaps before they do in fact restart, just about that time to bring in Navan Stewart once more. And Navan, who's been known to have a bit of a golden arm, is in right now with Visham.
Well, we are back. Thank you, Vidya and Anil, for that stint and that welcome. Golden arm, Nathan.
William, probably whilst I was playing, but in my stint at commentary so far, I've been accused of not being producing wickets.
Let's see if you can produce the last 2 here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Imran Khan, he's looking to pry out those 2 wickets, 152 for 8. The Windward Island Volcanoes. Short delivery. Keegan Simmons getting out of the way. A mere scare for Keegan Simmons just a while ago. Checking for concussion. All is well. Sweeping nicely. No protection down there at fine leg. And that's going to run away for 4. So a good looking shot there by Kenneth Demba.
Yeah, this guy, Demba, like I said initially, he's very slouchy. Very well organized at the wicket. a lot of batsmanship. He plies his trade in the USA, in the New York region, for his team Middlesex Cricket Club. Good afternoon to Mark Odin. I know he's out there in cold New York listening at the minute. And he must be proud to see one of his students, Kenneth Demba, representing the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Definitely so. It must feel good for him to see him representing his country, his region. Maybe in the near future he does well in these tournaments. This one swept away nicely by Demba. Picks up a single. Assisting Smith well. The partnership just about 23.
If you would have noticed, Visham, all the batsmen who would have walked to the wicket and would have given themselves a chance have occupied the crease for at least 40 to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
There have been some fruitful partnerships, albeit small, but in terms of numbers. But there's been time consuming because we are quickly approaching the tea interval. And it's nice to see Smithy out there. He's on 60 odd. I mean, if he plays a few more shots and bats close to the end of play, he might be eyeing up his first class century.
But that is dependent as well on the assistance that he would have from Kenneth Demba and the incoming batsman Preston McSween. That completes Imran Khan's 13th, 3 for 27 to him. A good spell. Yeah, but that is something that has been lacking in West Indies cricket as well. Batsmen occupying the crease. And it's good to see these Windward Island Volcanoes at the back end of their innings looking to do that. And of course the Red Force in their innings as well with the bat. We saw that as well, Nevin.
I think initially you would have asked me what Coach Shirley Clark would have said to the batsmen. And you could see the template has been set. Get yourself in, give yourself a chance. Occupation of the crease is critically important. Form these small partnerships. Keep the Red Force out there. Beautiful sunshine here. It is going to get to the bowlers. They are going to get impatient. They're going to offer up bad deliveries. And you can hear downstairs the crowd is getting involved. The dugout is very much involved, supporting. Jason Mohammed and Smithy was having a bit of banter. You could see that he's grown in stature.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. Yeah, the fans that are here getting into it. The dugout. Everyone from both teams, they're really appreciating the fight from Dennis Smith and the Windward Island Volcanoes, and the good performance being put on by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well. Brian Charles, he's back into the attack, looking to close things out. Smith guiding this one past Carey Pear and slip. A diving effort from Pear, and good running as well by Smith and Demba.
Brilliant rotation of strike, picking up the single doubles, keeping out the good deliveries, putting away the bad balls. Nice to see a bit of energy there from Carey Pear as we approach tea. Shows that the fitness of these players over the last couple of years has been immaculate. We know guys are getting a lot of fitness tests and stuff at the next level, but it's good to see that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players, I mean, Carey Pear isn't playing today, but he's already made bring a bundle of energy coming on as 12th man.
Yeah, very much so. Carey Pear, he's a live wire in the field. And speaking about fitness, even for all the youngsters out there as well, maybe you can shine some light on some of the things that you've done and you continue to do to work on your fitness while you play cricket around the globe.
I mean, it's very straightforward to play the game and enjoy the game. One, you must be available, you must be present on the park, and in order to be playing all these T10s and T20s traveling around, you must have a decent level of fitness. Fitness also incorporates recovery time. You would play a T10 or a T20 today, especially how the setup is. in certain parts of the world, you'll play a game at 9 a.m., finish at 1:30, and you start the next game at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
If you aren't in any decent kind of shape, don't matter your age, you're gonna struggle. But if you are in a decent shape, as you're supposed to be as a professional sportsman, recovery time, it's gonna be a lot faster, and that is what fitness is. Fitness is all about how quickly you can recover.
Yeah, definitely. So you heard it there from Nevin Stewart about fitness. And yeah, Nevin as well, I'm sure the COVID-19 pandemic would have affected you a bit as well. Not being able to play cricket for a while, but seeing that cricket is back up and running now. Well, here in Trinidad and Tobago, you're playing your trade in the United States. But here in Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure you must be happy to see that.
100%. Really nice to see cricket, regional cricket in a couple of weeks. Club cricket will re-emerge here back in Trinidad and Tobago. We have, on the weekend, we have the Trinidad and Tobago T10. And in a couple of weeks later, we'll also have the Tobago T10 Blast. Just to correct you a bit there, Vish, the pandemic hasn't affected me in no way in terms of playing. I think I've played the most cricket in my life since the pandemic has come on board. Because like you said, I ply my trade in the USA, and I play in so many different leagues in so many different states. I play. I'm just happy to be back home now. This is my down period, because in a couple of weeks it's gonna be super hectic for me with the start of the Houston Open being played in Houston.
Well, all the best in that there, Nevin. It's good to have you here in the commentary booth a bit. And doing some work in the regional 4-day tournament, not on the field but in the commentary box. 161 for 8, the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Again, nice to see Dennis Smith, occupation of the crease. He's sucked up all what have been thrown at him, what all that has been said to him, and he's making a impression on this game. We would see Raja and these guys, Solozano, Karaya, got their runs in the first innings. Now it's his turn. And obviously with his stroke play, you could see that the field now is a bit more respectable to him. It's a less attacking field. And he's playing nicely. This is one of the things that I've been impressed and what we have not been seeing too much of around the Caribbean. And even at the West Indian level, the rotation of strike, as these guys say, single doubles. We've not been seeing a lot of single doubles, and it's nice to see the field is relaxed. Smithy stroking it down to mid-on. And Demba is following suit with a magnificent back foot drive through the point area into the boundary, what we call a dollar.
An excellent shot there, Nevin, you said it. And just finding that gap there forward of point, and that one raced along the carpet here at the Brownline Cricket Academy. It's always a quick outfield here at the Academy. It's beautiful conditions today for day 3 of this contest. And that one carries the score up to 166. 56 overs have been bowled here. And yeah, Dennis Smith, redefying the odds. Kenneth Demba, he's raced on to 12 of 27 deliveries. And Brian Charles, the man who's done the workload for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the first game, is coming from that southern end, from where he has done the most damage in that game. He's bowling to 2 right-handers. There's a leg slip in position in Imran Khan. First slip as well, and a short leg.
I think for the Red Force, patience and consistency is the key. Obviously, they are getting sucked in here by the Windward Islands batters because, they are thinking that the end is nigh. But in no uncertain terms, as we would have seen last week in that first rounds against the Harpy Eagles, the last wicket pair added a monumentous and a mammoth 128 for the final wicket. So I think they got to stick to their guns, be patient, bowl those good deliveries. Because like I said, even if they get a wicket now, Mr. Maxwell is still in the hut.
Yeah, you can't count Maxwell out. And Dennis Smith He's the man really doing the work for the Windward Island Volcanoes. 65 of 142 deliveries. He's looked a man on a mission though. Looked a man on a mission, Dennis Smith. Here's Charles around the wicket. This time cut away there by Kenneth Demba. That's going to be 4. Will it? Yes. Down to that third man fence for 4. And it's greeted by applause from the dugout and the few fans that are here.
Vishal, like I said, in no uncertain terms, Kenneth Demba is a quality batsman. In New York cricket, he bats top 4. Obviously, he's playing at a higher level, but that doesn't take away the fact that you're an organized player. You can see that shot, he allowed the ball to come to him. Good batsmanship, good shape, use the pace of the delivery. Now, Captain Imran Khan, with this partnership growing, he's going to have something to think about.
You'd really like to see him bring back one of his gun-fast bowlers. Maybe Anderson Phillip, who we have not seen a while. He's not on the field though, so
straight away with the stroke play that has been on show here so far, you've seen field placing. You know, they have to change the field quickly because they realize that they are in a battle now. My thing is be proactive as opposed to be reactive. You know, you have seasoned campaigners out there who has played a lot of cricket. Set the appropriate fields, let they beat that field, then you can react it.
Yeah, Nevin, you said it earlier as well. We have not seen the introduction of Yannick Carrier. So maybe he's a choice for Imran Khan as well. He can come in maybe and close things out. You never know with Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip off the field.
Upon doing a bit of homework, I think Yannick is carrying a slight niggle. So he was off the field getting some treatment. As we see Terran Hines, looks like Terrence Hines is going to take up the attack, or it's going to be skipper Imran Khan.
It's going to be Imran Khan. Terrence Hines just maybe removing his hat to get some air. It's very hot out there.
Or is he sending a message to the skipper? Give me the cherry.
Well, he was passing the skipper when he did so just maybe. This one, is he out? He's given. So Dennis Smith, a very tame dismissal there, Nevin. Just looking to play that one in front of him, taking the inside edge of the bat, balloon to Keegan Simmons.
Again, all credit to skipper Khan. That is the line that Dennis Smith has shown that he has struggled, because he gets that left foot so far across to the offside, he creates a blind area or area where he cannot access the ball. You would have seen when Anderson Phillip initially bowled to him and they bowled him close, he was very restricted. And that same line from the spinner brought about his demise. Fine innings.
Yeah, so sticking to his plan there, Imran Khan, and it proved to bear fruits for him and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Dennis Smith, 65 of 143 deliveries.
Fantastic innings, young man. Nothing to be embarrassed about, nothing to be shamed about. I think with the last wicket that is coming to the crease now, Preston McSween, 4 minutes to tea. I think they're going to play the extra half an hour.
Yeah, we may very well see the extra half an hour as we look at the replay of that wicket from Imran Khan. He picks up his 4th wicket now, looking for his fifer. Here he is. Yeah, clear inside edge there from Dennis Smith, and Simmons accepts a simple catch in the end. So Preston McSween, 86 in the first game. Good partnership with Sherman Lewis. Here he is now with a different challenge on his hands. The game is well out of the way. The game is well out of the way of the Windward Island Volcanoes. It's all good fun out there for the players. They're enjoying themselves. And more so the Red Force team though.
Is that my first wicket on commentary, Vishal?
I think it's your 3rd. I think they did not record your first 2, David.
I mean, the Trinidad and Tobago, you know, they have a Red Force, they have a very good setup. But I think what is lacking, one of the things that we can focus on a little bit more, the management, the whole structure, they need to have fast bowling clinics. You know, there's a lot of young, promising players who want to be fast bowlers. Obviously, because over the years, Trinidad and Tobago has had a rich history of spinners. So there are so many spin bowling academies and spin. But what is lacking here in Trinidad and Tobago is a workshop for fast bowlers, young fast bowlers, guys who want to apply the trade as a fast bowler. It's very, very exciting, but it's also very risky as it puts your body on the line. So I think that is one of the things that needs to be looked into here as we move forward, because you can see we have been producing fast bowlers, West Indies fast bowlers over the years. Jaden Seals, most recent, and the way Anderson Phillip is bowling, he has also played, been in white ball setups for the West Indies senior team. He might be in the series against England, who knows?
You never know with these two performances in these first two games. This one is guided away by Demba. Khan gives chase, picks up a single. In the mean, Preston McSween got off the mark as well with an aggressive stroke. But yes, Nevin, that's a good point as well. Get those coaches that are around the country involved and really put on these fast bowling and coaching clinics.
Also, something that I'd like to harp on. You know, when we were growing up, our coaches at primary school level would have been our PE teachers, or would have been our headmasters, and they didn't know much about the sport. Looking at the under-19 tournament that has been recently concluded, you can see that these other teams, South Africa and Australia and Afghanistan, they would have paid special emphasis on having the best coaches available to coach these youngsters. That is where techniques, that is where you learn the game. The template has been set. We here in the West Indies, we only wait to be exposed to proper coaching when you make the national team or you step up to the international team. While in the other countries, the science is different. They expose the youngsters to the best coaches, so you learn the game there. And when you get to the higher level, the intensity takes care of itself.
Yeah, it'll only be a seamless transition into that level once you have the foundations right. Yeah, and speaking about coaches as well, we must give credit to Coach Kelvin Williams for doing yeoman service in producing some of these fast bowlers like Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip. He's done good work with the team.
100%. Kello would have been the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force when I would have made my debut, and also coming out from that era, present West Indies fast bowler Shannon Gabriel, who Kello would have, I know personally, would have done so much work with. Literally commit his life to ensuring that Shannon fulfills his potential. Very humble guy, very reserved guy. He's not the guy to puff his chest out and take credit. He just does his job and gets about it. Goes about his business. I'll just also like to see him getting that additional support. You know, the country we have is a huge country where they have different zones. We just need all the coaches to be buying into the same template. So when these guys get to national level, your fitness level will be on par, your techniques will be on par, your thought processes will be on par, and like I said, all you have to focus on then is the challenge that is in front of you, the opposition, and the intensity of the game and the situation will take care of itself.
Yeah, well said there, Nevin. I'm sure everyone who's listening can agree with you on that. Zimran Khan, a spinner this time, looking for his fifer. Looking to cut that one away there. Preston McSween. He's came out with some seriously aggressive intentions here. That's an excellent delivery there from Imran Khan. Pitching and turning away. Just past the outside edge of Preston McSween. This time driven just past his teammate in Kenneth Demba, who was ducking for his life there.
Well, we are 2 minutes away from T Visual. Let's see if it's going to be extended, if it's going to be enforced automatically.
Yeah, with 1 wicket to get here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I think we would see a definite extension. Just about half an hour. They'll be given that extra half an hour. Let's see. Sweeping hard, there is Kenneth Demba. Excellent fielding there by Jeremy Solazano. Actually, it's Kalicharan. Wow. So Kirsten Kalicharan coming on the field and executing an excellent stop there.
With that being the case of the automatic extension, I could imagine in the last game how many automatic extensions there would have been in that mammoth last wicket partnership.
Yeah, definitely there, David. That's a good point.
Must be frustrating for the fielders. I mean, you see McSween walks into bat and you know guys might be feeling a little bit hungry, and you know that you could be out there until 4 o'clock.
Yeah, that would be on the back of the minds of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Sorry, not 4 o'clock. 10 past 3 with that extended half an hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's nice, you know, these sensible adjustments. You don't want to get off the field and then have to come back out to just wrap up a game-wise. You know, it's a good rule that has been enforced.
I think Preston McSween is going to fancy himself against Brian Charles. We saw him being a bit aggressive at the start of his innings, and this time the ball is going to be turning into him. But there's protection out there at long on and deep mid-wicket. This time undriven, down to long on, picks up a
sensible batting, mature batting here from McSween. He would have learnt a lot from that innings that he would have played last week about batsmanship and occupation of the crease. Lovely shot inside out by Kenneth Demba. I told you this guy is a dangerous player. If the Red Force doesn't set good fields to him and apply good discipline to him, last week we'd have seen Preston McSween. This week we might see the emergence of Kenneth Demba, who's quickly raced on to 23 runs from 41 deliveries.
Yeah, well, thus far he's been going along nicely, and what he did well there, Navin, was that he did not overhit it. Just took his time, played it nicely over Imran Khan's head.
Quickly we see the Windward Islands are eating into that lead. It's the only trail by 48 runs now.
Yeah, that could be easily knocked off if these two continue and play in the vein which McSween and Lewis did in the last game.
This guy Demba, he has a very good setup, plays close to his body, very assured in his game, so he's not one to go searching. Again, you see, nice off drive, well over the ball, close to the ball. I think Brian Charles is bowling a little bit too quickly to him. He's not giving the ball enough time to react off the surface. A third-day pitch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, sorry.
And that completes the over. 181 for 9. And how different this scorecard is looking now after a fight back from the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
100% Bish. Regard action. Again, the message is clear. The template has been set. Occupy the crease. Run's gonna come. Time is ticking. Put the Red Force bowlers under some pressure and see how they react.
Yeah, very much so. Looking at the scorecard, Sherman Lewis 33. Dennis Smith, who just fell, he fell for 65. Rand John 15. And Kenneth Demba, he's on 23. It's looking good. McSween on that occasion, just leaving alone that one into the mitt of Josh Da Silva. I'm down the leg side. I'm not sure if he made contact there, Preston McSween. We'd have to wait on the umpire's decision. So it's leg buys.
I think the batters are aware that Imran Khan is in his 100th match is eyeing up a milestone here, a memorable one, and they are trying to keep him at bay. Who would want to be his 5th wicket in his 100th game?
Just a correction there, Nevin. Actually, the last game was his 100th game. He was just given the award in this game.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Vish, you can look at the body language of the Red Force team out there. It's very deflated. It's very flat. As the pitch, there needs to be some injection. They can't just be hoping that the guys give away their wicket. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, not going to get that from these two. That one again there. Swept hard there by Preston McSween. And he'll pick up 2 runs. That could have struck Keegan Simmons very hard there. Had he not gotten out of the way.
I think these guys at Batpad must be given kudos. I mean, from what I've seen here, too much loose deliveries being served up with guys in front of the bat. You know, it's kudos to them. You know what I mean?
This time an appeal for leg before. That's certainly not going to be given out. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, not in denial.
185 for 9 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Vish. Nice regard action here. Kudos to the Windward Islands Volcanoes. I know they got it wrong in the first innings, but they are showing some nice improvement in the second innings.
Yeah, this time another stifled appeal. And not out, says umpire Rajkumar. 185 for 9, the Windward Island Volcanoes, as we now make way for Mr. Vidya Ramphal and Anil Lakan.
Thank you very much, Visham. And so last wicket to go here. Windward Islands still trailing Trinidad and Tobago by 44 runs. And Denver has moved on to 24. McSween is 5, and they're chancing their arm. Charles continues. A chance to end the game in the last over. The ball coming off the gloves of Joshua Da Silva and not carrying to the first slip. So this game could have been done and dusted. TNT getting the innings win, but still the chances continue to go away, and the runs continue to flow here. These two are going to have some fun here. They're going to swing their bats. They know that the air has gone out of the game, Anil, and they're going to hit the ball as hard as they could.
Well, I'm sure they will try as best as possible to eliminate that 43 runs and instill some kind of confidence back into that Windward Islands Volcanoes unit.
Well, in terms of the consideration for player of the match is very much on the cards, and there certainly are a lot of people who will have their hands up in terms of getting that award. Who would your selection for player of the match?
My player of the match would be Anderson Phillip.
Anderson Phillip, yeah, that's a good shout. And why would he be the one above all the rest?
He has demonstrated that he can bowl at any point of the innings, and he makes an immediate impact, whether opening the bowling or bowling during the course of the innings. He picks up vital wickets.
Well, that one swung away. This could be the end of the game. It is. That is it. Trinidad and Tobago have won this game by an innings here. Windward Islands innings finally ending 186 all out. And the last man to go, tug away by Maxwell. He's out for 5, caught in the deep. And the players embrace, they shake hands, they congratulate each other. But it has been a comprehensive win for Trinidad and Tobago, who have now won 2 matches in a row. So certainly they would be a contender to move up the table in terms of the wins here. Windward Islands slumping to their second defeat. They lost to Guyana by 1 wicket in their last game, and this one certainly they've fallen away here badly. Bowled out for 97 and now going down for 186 runs. So good victory for TNT, well worth the points they have gotten in this game.
Impressive victory from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, ticking all the boxes in this game. And they will want to continue when the 3rd round resumes in May. There will be a break between now and the test series between the West Indies and England. And here's the replay. Brian Charles. And this one is slog swept into that deep mid-wicket region. The fielder comfortably takes that catch. It seems to be Jet Gully on this occasion.
Yannick Carrier was the man out in the boundary.
So a comprehensive victory from the TNT Red Force.
Denver not out on 25. And so big victory for Trinidad and Tobago, and an innings victory for them. But it is a situation where TNT, well, of course, we'll learn the man of the match a little bit later on, but that is the scorecard. 33 for Sherman Lewis, who batted very well, and Dennis Smith, 65 of 143 deliveries. Excellent batting from him. 23 not out at the end for number 10. Kenneth Denver, 181 for 9. It has not been good enough here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, falling away to defeat here. And for TNT, full marks for them, but still just a few areas of improvement. Of course, the bowling figures would be very interesting to see here. Imran Khan taking the last 4 wickets before that wicket for Brian Charles, who's now taken 2 for 55, 3 for Anderson Phillip, 3 for 31 for him. Seals, 1 for 29, he bowled very well again. And Imran Khan, 4 for 38, the captain running through the lower order here for the Windward Islands, and wickets falling, tumbling all the way through. Just a few partnerships to speak about in this innings. So comprehensive victory for TNT. And they will move on. This competition has ended for them at least until May, when the next 3 rounds will be played. And there are the bowling figures once again. And here's the match summary. Trinidad and Tobago batting first in this one after being put into bat by the Windward Islands. 326, 73 for the silver, 72 for Karaya, 5 for 43 for Sherman Lewis, who batted very well. Very unlucky to end it once more on the losing side. Athenaeus, Windward Islands, certainly bowled out for 97. Not great from them. 4 wickets for Phillip, 3 for Seals. And in the end, it was Khan, despite bowling with a hamstring injury, picked up those 4 wickets, and 3 for Anderson Phillip. So he's your choice. He would be your choice for man of the match. 7 wickets in the match for 64 runs. That's a great return for him.
A great result indeed from Anderson Phillip. Great effort from Anderson Phillip. And I'm sure Anderson Phillip would have now taken the amount of wickets that he has done in these 2 rounds of matches, would have definitely caught the eyes of the West Indies selectors.
All right, so as we just close up our coverage of this game, so your choice, of course, will be Anderson Phillip. Just to mention a few of the other names, of course, Dennis Smith, 65 in the second innings, 33 from Lewis, and that to go with the wickets he would have taken in the first innings. 72 from Yannick Carrier 73 for Joshua De Silva and 57 for Terrence Hines, as well as those 4 wickets for Phillip and 3 for Jaden Seals. Certainly Imran Khan also had a very good game, 2 for 3 in the first innings and taking 4 wickets in the second game. It will be very interesting. Maybe a quick comment on some areas you could hope to see improvement for these two teams before we move forward.
For the TNT Red Force, definitely they will want to focus on their catching. Their catching has not been impressive during the first round game. So that's an area I'm sure that the coaches will be working to improve going into the third round. For the Windward Islands Volcanoes, I'm sure they will want to reassess how they go about batting in situations, in game situations, and try and put that right before the restart of the third round game.
Yeah, certainly a lot of improvement still for both teams. A lot to play for in this West Indies Championships, but Trinidad and Tobago running out by an innings victory here. Windward Islands, however, despite their brave fight against Guyana, have gone in with 2 losses and no wins under their belt in the first 2. Now the fixtures are not out yet for the remaining 3 rounds, but we can tell you that the tournament will resume in May, but we hope that you will join us at that point. Still yet to be announced in terms of the venues for those games, but great credit to the Cricket West Indies and the regional governments of Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago for hosting these matches. Very difficult conditions, but great to see cricket back. Final comment from you, Anil?
Well, I would like to take the opportunity to wish both the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the TNT Red Force going forward into this championship. I hope that the areas that need to be improved, extensive work will be put into those areas so we can see an improved performance in these areas that we have identified, Vidya.
And I'm sure the other teams would be hoping to do their own improvement. There will be practice matches, I'm sure, for all of these teams coming up. But until we meet again on the airwaves here, thanks so much for joining us. And we can confirm before we go that Anderson Phillip is in fact the player of the match. So they have confirmed your suspicions here. And so thanks very much, Anil, for joining us. Thanks also to Navin Stewart and to Visham, Vinod Mamchan, and to Amit Jagannath, who have joined us on commentary today. And also to Ronnie, who is also on with us briefly, too briefly. We need to hear more from Ronnie on the commentary. And thanks also to our wonderful graphics crew and our technical staff, and Rudy Ramisa for his wonderful work with the stats and everything else. We hope that you have enjoyed this production, and it is now the small task of saying bye for now from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We will have some more matches for you coming up in the West Indies Championship in May.